Welcome. Today is Tuesday, October the 11th, 2022. This is a work session for the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners, and we are delighted to have a special guest today, Mr. John Stabney. He is the Executive Director of Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, and we have invited him over here today to share with us all of the amazing things that Northwest COG does, not only for the six county jurisdictions, which is Routt County, Grand County, Jackson County, Eagle County, Pickens County, and Summit County.
Yep.
But we also do wonderful things with our weatherization program for a 15 county? 13 county area.
Quarter of the state.
Yes, so COG keeps busy. So John, if you would like to introduce yourself to the public, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the honor of being here in person. I'm glad to see your wonderful spaces. I think I've been here once before, but anyhow, Patty, I want to thank you for your service at Northwest COG. You've been an anchor for us for a long time, and appreciate that. It's important. I know it's sort of a secondary or tertiary duty to what you do here, but thank you for that.
Thanks, John.
Yeah. So I just want to introduce COG, or reintroduce COG to you. So it's interesting. We do so many different things. It's I suppose hard to keep up with the different things we do. I'm trying to go up and down here. There we go. Oops, I'm going up and down here. Oh, there it is. Make sure it's on the screen. It looks like it's on the little screen too. So COGs were formed in the early 70s to do regional planning, which Colorado rejected the idea of regional planning and went for local control. It was kind of a battle in the 70s. But COGs have that remnant purpose, and I think only Dr. COG, maybe Pikes Peak COG, do any regional planning, and they do it related to transit. Our membership has not called us up to do that. But everything that we do, every service we provide, every program, at some point in time, we were asked by the membership to take it on. And here are some of the general reasons. Some things just make more sense regionally. A good example is our elevator program. There's critical mass. We have 5 inspectors that cover, I think it's 12 counties for that program, and they're highly trained. And so in Aspen or Pickens doesn't, I don't know, how many building inspectors do you have, John? Off the top of your head, 3 maybe, building inspectors 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have to have a 4th one, right, specially trained for elevator. We take care of that in 2,500 conveyances across a large region. So that's the critical mass idea. And then there's some state and federal grants that they just don't want to deal with a bunch of different jurisdictions, and so we cover that at a regional level. So I want to emphasize, because COG's not always had a reputation of being flexible and taking new things on, even though we've done that for years, that we are here to do things that you tell us might be of use, right, at a regional level. Maybe I'll do that one. There we go. So we are sort of an umbrella organization for 10 different programs, and I want to, as I said, point out the things we step up and do, right, that we've stepped up to do recently. This beneficial electrification program, which I'm going to go over to Eagle County a little later today for a celebration about that. The home modification program, which our energy program and our aging services folks are getting together to do modifications to help people stay in their homes. That was something that our staff just came up with. Some COVID responses. Mainly we push money back out to the counties. And broadband program is another one that just started in the last, 10 years, right? And we weren't doing that before 10 years. Project Thor, which is a regional middle mile network. Hi, Steve. Looks like you joined us. Good to see you, Steve. Steve's also been very involved with what was called the Alpine Area Agency on Aging, now called Vintage. I don't know if you were part of the renaming, Steve, but we appreciate your service with that.
About that name.
Yeah,
To me, it is just so bizarre.
right? It's branding. It was important to our people.
Well,
So-
I consider myself vintage. So.
Yeah, right? And vintage more than aging. Doesn't that sound better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. At least to me it feels
She's
that way.
definitely more vintage than aging.
See? Exactly. Right on target there. But there's also things that we spun up and either spun off. I-70 Coalition started from conversations within COG and some early meetings, and was decided that could be a separate program. We've done some water quality committees in different places, cared for some certain specific grants we've managed. Mountain Right Call Center is something we stood up for 5 counties, and the state decided they wanted a contract across the region for it. So I wanted to let you know that we're not just accumulating things to do to just do them. We also step away from things that have had their time.
Is that what step down means?
Yes, in this context.
Okay.
So one of the things that we have been doing for a while, this is a photo of, I know that the broadband story in Pickens County is a rather long one. You've gone through the wireless, you were in TV for a long time, right?
Still
We
are.
still are.
In the TV business. This is from a visit. Some of our favorite people on your team were up there.
Greg Winkler, I see.
And Greg Winkler, who is a past DOLA rep we spent a lot of time with, and Tony Neal Graves, who was the broadband, he still is the broadband guru, he just isn't the head of the broadband program now. That's one-time manager, Brandy, of the town of Eagle, is up there doing that. Nate Wallowitz in the blue. So that's visiting one of your towers, talking about the wireless system, and I know there's a larger Roaring Fork initiative, I think, that has spun through that. This is meant to just intimidate you with the complexity of it. This is a schematic map, thanks for the laugh, Steve, on that, of Project Thor, which is an over 400-mile, middle-mile broadband project that we have spun up in the last 5 years. Came up with the idea, came up with the funding, mostly from the state, and we are serving this building, as I understand it, through the city of Aspen. Aspen is also using it to serve constituents. So good partnership between the county and the town there, as far as we can tell. And a bunch of other places, as you can see, Eagle, Vale, Frisco, Georgetown, 2 of them in Clear Creek County, as well as Granby, Kremling, and Steamboat Hayden Craig. So those are largely out of our district, but that's a big program that we've spun up and we're really proud of. Still growing. In fact, I'm going to be in the town of Avon this evening talking to them about joining it. This is another thing that really isn't intended for you to study necessarily, but this is our org chart. And I can tell you, coming in as executive director 6 years ago, when I saw all these different programs, each one kind of a niche funded from the red there is where the funding comes from, Department of Energy in this case, DHS, FTA via CDOT, Older Americans Act, HUD, CDBG, EDA, there's a lot of alphabet soup there of different federal agencies that fund things we do. But part of what we do is navigate that complex bureaucracy, if you will, to get funding and bring it down to the local level. So that's what a lot of these programs really are about. Yeah, probably all I want to say about that, but just to show there are a lot of different things going on.
Yeah, it's easier to read on my computer for sure.
Yeah, and this also is not meant for you to read over in detail, but I just want to show that this year we have almost a $10 million budget. We're just right at the edge of a $10 million budget, and a lot of that's broadband, but it's not just broadband. So, and those are mostly services that get delivered directly to local communities, and including the loan fund. So, again, I already listed things that we did for federal grants or different entities there. A lot of those monies flow through state agencies and programs, Colorado Energy Office, OEDIT, Department of Homeland Security, Emergency Management, whatnot. And we have partners regionally. So does Holy Cross Energy serve you up here? Yeah.
We have City of Aspen Electric in,
That's right.
in the perimeters. And does XL serve some of our county, or is it
Yes.
down,
Excel feeds in and
down Valley?
Yep.
No, we're on Holy Cross, but Carbondale's on Excel.
Yeah.
So just outside of Carbondale's Holy Cross.
So each one of those listed, maybe outside of the city of Aspen itself, we have a partnership to help funding for the weatherization program and provide
Can I ask
basically
you a
free
real
weatherization.
quick question about that?
Yeah.
Does our weatherization program service Lake County? Is that one of the 13?
No.
That's what, we just had a meeting with the Lake County Commissioners.
Yes
they have a-
Park, no lake.
Yeah, yes Park, no Lake, because they have some great trailer court opportunities in Lake County.
Well, it's interesting. So we do our best not to step on the toes of some of the other COGs. And on our website, we do have a big spreadsheet of what the different COGs do. And as I said, because it's member-driven things over time, they're really quite different set of services. There's a few through lines. Agency on Aging is one of them.
What COG is Lake in?
They are in the Upper Arkansas Area Council of Governments. spat that all out of Canyon City. So,
Wow.
yeah, a long ways away and different mindsets. So, we could in the future provide services if they asked us to.
Yeah.
So,
John, you're doing great with that tickle in your throat.
oh my goodness, thank you. That's
I know,
another
I
story.
think I have a sympathetic one
Simpatico
here
thing,
today.
yeah. So we do some close to my heart because my past is having been on a city council, town council, and been mayor of Eagle. Did that for 10 years, and I was a county commissioner in Eagle County, 2 terms. Although right after getting reelected, I stepped down to. John should have advised me better about this, to be a town manager, which was a great learning experience. I did that for 3 years, and then I've been doing this basically since. So and not many people have both the elected side and a staff side. So I feel like that's an advantage in terms of sort of understanding things that staff are going through and understanding, thought lines of the boards. And oddly enough, counties and towns, if you haven't figured this out, also are wired differently and think differently for a variety of reasons. Structurally, I think having so many different elected officials is a real challenge for a manager, and I'm sure you've had certain other elected officials, I don't know, the assessor, the sheriff, maybe tell you you're not their boss, right? Which I think is actually true technically. So you don't
Except
have
when it
that in a
comes to their
town.
budget. The only thing that we have control over is our budget.
Right. I know. So that I recognize. But at towns are wired differently. So, it's a hierarchy down from the board and the manager. Anyhow, so I put a lot of that perspective to use in terms of writing newsletters. Hopefully you guys get those and other bulletins. Try to be pertinent with different topics and kind of push the envelope a little bit, but not too much in terms of being political. Patty, we've talked about that. We do, and I personally manage some DOLA grants for various regional projects. Lately, it's been broadband, but also some of these reports that I'm going to show you in a second. We do, for 2 of the smaller jurisdictions, provide GIS services. I'm guessing that Pickens County has at least 1 GIS employee and does that in-house.
What is GIS?
Geographic Information Services.
What?
Yes,
Systems.
I think that's
Geographic
right.
information systems.
Yeah, geographic information
Mary
systems. Yeah, and
That's
it's
Mary Lackner.
and not to go down a rabbit hole of that, but it's amazing how some jurisdictions are utilizing that for tracking things and keeping track of assets, and not to mention using it to make ComDev services much more user friendly. On our website, we've hooked up with the GIS folks for elevator services, so you can go to a location, look up a building, and click on it and see their elevator certificate, find out all their reports and whether they're live or not, which is great for those people who we interact with in each of the buildings that have elevators. We can point to, yeah, you're not current, and there's all the information. But also people in the public sphere could look it up and go, hey, what's up with this lodge or whatever that's always got the elevator out? Anyhow, interesting way to utilize GIS services for transparency. I have done facilitations, did one for the town of Basalt this year, basically helping out their manager with portions of that retreat, which is strategic planning there. I've done elected official trainings. John's got a stack of some a workbook that I wrote earlier this year based on some experiences there that, I think each of you are senior enough at this point that you're probably you've still got things to learn, I'm sure, right?
I would
Every
say
day.
I barely scratched the
Every day.
surface.
Yeah, but as far as I know, this board really is cohesive and gets along well. I do sort of monitor that mainly through the papers, but not all of them are. Some of them get dysfunctional very quickly. So that's something that I've also done in facilitations.
No
is just
way.
just try to untangle some things that have gone on and work on some dynamics. So it's something I enjoy doing. We have, mainly for the smaller jurisdictions, again, done manager search processes. I've done that for Grand Lake and for Fraser, and what's the other one in recent years. So
Help with route. Didn't they just do a new?
did not help with route, which is fine. There are plenty of consultants and services that do that, and there are benefits, and in some places like to do it in-house with staff, and that's one place where definitely have helped out staff that they don't do this very often, right? That they're trying to figure out a manager's gone. Well, how do we go about this without having a consultant? So oftentimes I have a conversation and try to provide expertise, and sometimes send them to, oh, I think you should talk to John over in Pickett County or wherever they've had a recent experience doing some of that connective work. So that's a lot of what I enjoy about what I do.
We have a lot of flips in managers this last couple of years, and some of them were like going from Fraser to Winter Park and Winter Park to Granby or Granby to, so they're kind of staying in the hood, but yeah, it was interesting to watch what was going on over there.
Interesting's one word for it, yeah. You know, the stability that a really seasoned manager like John provides it's really gold for a place. And I don't know that all people value that as much as they should, but it's a tough job and it matters a lot. But there is about a 3-year average turnover, if I'm up to date with those numbers. So there have been a number of our 23 municipalities and 5 counties, a number of them that have turned over 2 or more times while I've been in this job. So,
But we definitely value it. In fact, you can't see the ropes that we have them tied with,
Right.
but keep them invisible.
yeah, and it's important for a variety of reasons. You have a lot of endeavors you're trying to do that are long reaching. They're not things that you do today and you're done, right? Very few things, in fact, are like that. So. So we try to support both staff and elected officials in a variety of ways, sometimes with those facilitations or with just, being available, have a conversation, and maybe be able to guide folks somewhere. And also with these research and reports, there's a lot of information on our website. I was going to walk you through that, but I don't want to walk you through a website. I'm proud of it. There's a lot of information there. So a couple of those, just to highlight those, we have Northwest Loan Fund, about a $5 million fund for small businesses. Did flag in this 10-year report one. I know there's several in Pickens County. There's only one in this report highlighted, Aspen Public House. There's at least 2 other that I know of.
We helped with some, I think, up the Crystal.
Up the Crystal?
Yeah, I thought there was one, maybe one of them, there was one, I think, maybe it was a while ago, but I know that we had reached out to the Crystal River Valley.
Yeah,
It's a great small business starter or expansion opportunity.
yeah,
Yeah, and it's well managed through COG.
yep. Anita does a great job with
Anita
it.
does a meticulous job.
Yeah, so she's a one-time commercial banker, and one of the nice things about these loans is there's an ability to do more like old banking used to be, a lot more relationship kind of, you still have to have your numbers and whatnot, but oftentimes we stack on top of a loan from a bank for a little bit more than the bank was willing to do for a variety of reasons. Or for somebody who maybe has run a business like a restaurant and had to completely start over, we know their skill set, but the bank says we want 3 years or 2 years of actuals. We're like, well, I'm starting a business, I don't have 2 years of actuals. So we're able to go out on a limb and provide loans with that.
And Anita helps them with some business plans. She helps them, she does some training, and so it's not just, she really gets new people into the business and really helps them out. She's amazing.
She is amazing. So John's going to look over these and see if there's anything he wants to utilize later on, but I just wanted to point out one thing that's kind of fun if you want to brush up on it on page 12, a bunch of tips for meeting skills. And I know meetings, I know there's no big public here for this work session, but I'm sure you've had meetings that the room is full and a lot of hostility or a lot of whatever you want to call that, right? Energy, and just thinking about brushing up on skills for that can be, from that document can be very useful. There's that Aspen Public House. And then we also have, and these are available on our website under member services reports, but this regional broadband program highlights both the Roaring Fork Broadband Project, which I understand is underway right now. I can't remember if you've gotten your DOLA funding for that yet or not.
John,
or
how
if
much
it's
DOLA funding did we
imminent.
get for broadband? How many millions?
Oh, I want to say 1.5, 1.7.
Plus, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a couple grants. So,
Couple grants.
And our initial one was around 1.
We had a lot of help from Greg Winkler.
Yeah, and one of the great things about Nate having a regional broadband coordinator, and this is really sort of a highlight of work that he's been able to do over the last decade. we've learned from
Yikes,
some
I'm so
communities,
sorry.
and we've helped
just
some communities
exploded.
start from scratch.
Oh my God. It's on mute too.
Wake up call.
I love it.
Sorry.
No, it's
So
fine.
sorry.
That's fine. And I mentioned the regional
Monica.
survey of budgeting processes, practices, which is on John's desk too. So that's a very quick, high-level, hopefully somewhat useful run through of what we do. We haven't always done a pile of reports, just that's what we've been doing the last couple of years. I don't know if you heard about this mountain migration report. Got a ton of press for that and just a lot of interest. I think that was a great example of during the COVID year, I called each of the 31 managers in the region twice, once in April, May, and then again in August, September, and asked a series of questions to each of them. And that was really understanding what we thought was happening, but really what is happening on the ground, and it's different in different places, was really the beginning of the formulation of this. There are some questions like, hey, there's a lot of new people in town. We know our lodges are shut down. Who are these people? Are they going to stay? What are their intentions? That sounds kind of funny to say, what are their intentions? But what are their demographics, right? And I don't know if you've noticed that here, but I mean, Aspen's always been a bit of that, right? But I don't know if some of the other corners of Picken County have filled out it with some folks who learned that they can do this remotely during COVID and said, why would I live anywhere else? Like a lot of us have figured out, right? So this was really something that just sprung from conversations, and we're really proud
Yeah,
of that work.
and the COG board was really encouraging on that report, and it actually went national.
It did,
People
yeah.
have been looking at pulling it up and questioning it nationally, and chambers of commerce have been using it. It's been used by people we never even thought about. And
Yeah.
I think we need to talk about, and I think we have, it's been mentioned, doing an update
Yeah.
now that we're at this point since COVID, and see where jurisdictions are now, and see if it's worthy of doing an addendum or.
I'd be really interested to know, like, based on registered voter
Yeah.
information, how that has changed and where people moved from and dropped their registrations from and
Yeah.
registered here.
That would be an easy, well, not easy, after the election contact.
Yeah, picking up that data set.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, so we've been, as Patty mentioned, we've been in conversations with the membership during our meetings, and then off to the side also about, is there, what would be a useful follow-up to the mountain migration report? I think to do exactly the same thing, maybe, but what to do about this. And we have had conversations with a group called the Insights Collective. I'm not sure, Ralph Garrison and those guys. They work with DMOs mostly.
Ralph is the funniest. He's a numbers guy,
Yeah.
but he is so funny, and he is great when he gives presentations.
So we've been in kind of formative conversations with them for, since the Economic Summit in May about, there are changes that we can see and that we can measure in a lot of the mountain towns, but what does that translate to? And frankly, one of the big changes is with this influx of people, is there a little more focus on the resident, and these people see themselves as residents, and less on the visitor, and our funds being shifted from visitation and marketing and whatnot. In some places, we're starting to see that, and we think that's a trend maybe worth identifying both with the metrics on it, and then what your intent is. Does that matter to you from a strategic standpoint? Do you want to shift, not go 180, but shift your priorities as a county, as a town, and what does that mean? What does that look like? So that's something we're discussing, and maybe we'll come up with a project out of that. So that's
Well, and
currently
the
in works.
economic district, which Rachel's been doing an amazing job with, that
Yeah.
summit that they have, we have, I'm vice chairman of that, in May, has been really amazing, and the people who attend walk away with a real feeling of, boy, not only did they meet people,
Yeah.
but they learned a lot, and they have all these great ideas. They ask great questions, and the
Right.
question answer. It's been a highlight, I think.
Yeah, so just in closing, I appreciate your time, a really valuable time during budget season. I know, just to share a little bit about what we do and what we're focused on, and so I'd like to hear more over time about your interests and what we might do to meet those. And you can do that through Patty, but anybody's welcome to go to our meetings, or listen to our meetings online, and
We have
participate.
one on the 27th.
Yeah, well, there's one on the 27th coming up, which will be budget, but we're also going to talk about the 208 water plan update.
We do that on
which-
and how often do we do the 208 update? It's not.
About a decade,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know how many of those I remember first time it came across. What the heck is a 208?
Right? Well, we're going to learn about that on that day, so.
And I didn't realize, just seeing on here, the QQ was so much a part of the Wild and Scenic over in the Upper Colorado, which is the Blue Creek. Is that the Blue?
Oh, the Deep Creek
Deep
effort.
Creek, I
Yeah,
mean.
that's
Yeah.
what I wanted to ask you about that.
QQ
I
actually
saw it on-
supported the past Wild and Scenic effort on the Crystal.
Right.
So we are the fiscal agent for the Wild and Scenic Group that came out of the Colorado River CRCA, Colorado River Collaborative. I
Yeah,
forgot the
that's
last
called
of-
like the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Alternative.
Yeah, exactly. So instead of being all Wild and Scenic, this group basically manages, and hashes out really from Grand County through Glenwood Canyon. And they do that with the Front Range diverters at the table, and it's an interesting, useful thing. They talk about what their metrics for, targets for, what's boatable and what's fishable, and they oftentimes will agree to release water to help out with that. So they are an ongoing group, and we're the fiscal agent for that. And you're right, our team has been very involved with that.
Yeah,
I don't know about the Crystal Wild and Scenic or Deep Creek specifically, if they also are doing that. I think those are different efforts, though.
Yeah, Deep Creek is, I think they're working with Deep Creek, and we'll see what happens with
And Deep
our-
Creek, I think, is moving towards being wild and scenic, and full on. So that's different from what the Colorado is, which is an alternative to wild and scenic. The group has decided, therefore, instead of saying, hey, federal government, you tell us what to do because it's wild and scenic and set up all the restrictions, we as a collaborative group will hash that out. And it's a very big tent and some really interesting conversations that span years, as anybody involved with water probably knows. It's pretty interesting stuff. So yeah, I mean, we are a place that says, yeah, and Kelly and I have talked about this. Our foundation, Eagle County, their trails. They are doing a fundraising, private fundraising effort with businesses and individuals, and we run that through our foundation because you can't give money to the county and get tax credit for it, but you can give money to a foundation. So we take a little bit on top of that for administration and basically act as a pass-through. So
And you do small projects or huge projects.
correct.
And Summit County did that for their whole trail system.
Swan
And
Mountain.
Liz did that, the Swan Mountain Trail.
Yeah.
And it was very efficient for people, and they raised a heck of a lot of money, and people got tax credits for it. So
And to
I
be
know-
clear, we don't run the sort of like high-profile marketing side of that. We run the behind-the-scenes,
Just the silent
Right.
fiscal agent.
the fiscal agent part of it. Yeah.
John and I have been having, we're getting up to date about conversations about COG serving as the fiscal agent for the Crystal River Wild and Scenic
Yep.
stakeholder process, which, we're at a point now where the money is going to start to come together, and this was acceptable to the other governmental entities who thought COG was a great place for this to go through because of our transparency requirements for government funding and stuff. So the River District in Gunnison County and Marble have all thought that that was a good solution. And so we're going to talk in more detail now that we're at the point of getting the RFP for the facilitator out there and getting all the money in the bank from all of our partners.
Is the RFP out?
Not yet. I'm hoping tomorrow, but we have to hear back from Marble still. It's been tricky to get a hold
I
of.
think Marble's in the woods, literally, with town managers hunting. He's a big hunter. Yeah.
So all of these publications that you showed us are on your website?
They are in PDF form, and many, but not all of them, I have hard copies of if you want, that I can get to you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So should I just send you an email?
You bet.
Yeah, and I think, you left some of the elected official ones.
Those two, yeah. I have plenty of these regional broadband ones.
And we already got those.
I
and
think we handed you
We got
those.
the mountain migration,
migration,
of
yeah.
course, which was amazing. But another thing John did that was exceptional throughout COVID, he did a specific part of his letter, but it was really focused on COVID efforts throughout the region, and it was well-written. John's extremely well-written. but it was also something that everybody was kind of waiting for, like, where's that data?
Yeah.
To see what our neighboring communities and municipalities within our own jurisdictions were doing. Not an easy task, but John took it on, it was great.
Yeah, thank you. One of the benefits of what I do is not being frontline like John or colleagues who you really have, it's hard with all the business that flows through your office to kind of periscope up and think, wow, who else is doing what? And you know, so that I have a little more time. I reserve some capacity for that kind of thought time or interaction, like calling people up and trying to figure out what's going on. So the most recent one, as I got asked by a reporter about short-term rentals, I'm like, well, where do you want to start?
Yeah.
But anyhow, I appreciate your time very much. Steve, it's great to see you. Sorry to miss Greg.
Steve's hand is up.
I
think he was waving.
Thank you.
He was waving.
Oh, he's waving. No,
No,
he's got his hand up.
Oh, he does, okay.
I don't have him up on my screen. Steve, go ahead, please. Steve,
we
you're on
can't
mute.
hear you.
Yay, we got him. Steve just had his first grandchild. He has a little granddaughter who
You
lives.
can hear us, but
Yeah.
can't hear them.
Must be
Steve, we
related
still
to my
can't
phone
hear you.
explosion.
Wait, Steve, we can't hear you. His granddaughter was born up in Alaska, so. Do we got him? Nancy, there's one of your techno.
It's,
Steve, can you log out and come back in again?
Or type into the chat.
We're gonna need him on for the rest of the day, so.
Yeah.
We're not letting him scapegoat. I can't hear you. I'm for budget, no way.
No, yeah.
All right, we still can't hear you. Okay, we're trying to read lips. What are we looking at maybe? We haven't really talked about future. That'll be coming up in one of our next meetings, what
Yeah.
our plans might be. Right now, our chair is Alyssa Shank from Snowmass Town Council.
Yeah.
She is awesome.
She's fantastic, yeah.
She is really into it, and she's got those meetings down.
Yeah.
And I hate to tell you, the meeting that you didn't attend to, we were really efficient. She was on it. She was like, John's not gonna be there. I'm like, you're gonna be fine. So
Yeah.
I'm like her backup coach.
Perfect.
She has been incredible. And she and I kind of had an agreement. I said, you know, people want me to be chair, but I've been chair for so long with COG. I said, why don't you be chair and I'll be your backup? And then Carolyn, who is mayor of Dillon, she is our treasurer, and she's really into the numbers. She's usually got one baby on one hip, the other one running around the room, and she's great. Yeah. I'd like to spend some face-to-face time with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really
We're
like
gonna do our
her.
next meeting face to face, so.
Steve's back, still no sound?
It might be his headphones. Steve, you might need to do something on your computer because you're wearing headphones about your audio.
Choose your microphone.
We'll have to work on that, because we need him back for the rest of the day, so.
Was
Yeah.
there an ask along with for additional support for Northwest COG or anything?
No, you know,
For annual dues.
I
yeah.
just wanted John to come over before the budget because he hadn't been over for a while. I know that people hadn't had the chance to meet him. And since we're back face to face, plus he's got this presentation. It could go for 4 hours or
Right.
for an hour. And just want everybody to see what COG's been up to and have the person who knows all the ins and outs, so.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I do want to thank you for your membership and support. So that does help us on our admin side. It covers my time entirely, and one other person besides that, our office manager, so,
Who's great. Really
She's
good.
great.
She's great.
yeah.
And,
And there's really half of dues go towards specific programs for required matches. So that's the other main thing for dues, including these reports were all DOLA grants that needed a 100% match, or excuse me, a 50% match. So that's your dues went directly to that. So
we've been able to we used to have a great grant program that kind of did a lot of projects. Remember, and and
mini
then the
grants.
monies got cut, and then the monies kind of came back, and then we kind of changed our priorities to, I'm not just giving everybody a little amount, but looking at some projects like Red Cliff,
yeah,
who didn't have any communication systems, the little town of Red Cliff. So everybody said, well, let's bring Red Cliff up to speed. And so everybody decided to give their grant monies to Red Cliff so they could do a project. And
We helped Walden in the last 5 years get off of paper accounting. That was a big one. And get an actual telephone system as opposed to just a telephone. So that was,
and we sent
Fun.
some of their people to training.
that as well.
And Walden's doing really well. They've got a lot going on over there.
do.
I need to get over there. That's such a great little town. And it's a great drive.
It's a
I
beautiful
think, when
drive,
you don't have to
especially
do it
right
all
now.
the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any other questions for John? So we had no ask other than for your time, so thank
yeah,
you.
thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Do you live over in Eagle?
I live in Eagle, yeah.
So he drives the passes, has to go over Vale Pass to get to Silverthorne, and so sometimes we just arrange for him to have a place to stay over there, so he's not up and down over the pass in the winter. Yeah.
Works out.
But the weatherization program has been doing some amazing things.
Yeah.
They have a great project going on with Eagle County now that
Yeah.
allowed some big storage warehouse space to be purchased, retrofitted in Eagle. It's in Eagle or Minturn?
It's actually in Gypsum behind the
I mean,
airport.
Gypsum.
Yeah, in fact, the Eagle County Commissioners were up there at 10:30 today for, hamburgers and pictures and celebrations, so, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's where we're kind of keeping an eye on that, because we've been running supplies and stuff from Newcastle up and down the corridor, but this gives us more concentration in that one spot but the trailer park in Dotsero was
Yeah.
amazing, that presentation over at the Mountain 2030 conference.
I encourage you to take 5 or 10 minutes and go to our website and look through the different programs. There's a lot of stuff there, so
Yeah.
I'm really proud of it. So, hey, appreciate your time.
Thanks, John.
I think we booked a half hour
No,
and a
we're
little
good.
over
No,
that.
we're,
so.
no, we're good.
Oh, are we
We're-
good?
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Okay. Yeah.
we're good.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Mr. Francis.
Steve, let's try Steve again. Steve? No. We're gonna work on it.
Hi,
Wait,
Oh, there you are.
There he is.
There
What'd
you
he
are.
do?
We hear you now.
We got you.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, the question or the issue I wanted to bring up with John was about Lake County, that on the Regional Transportation Coordinating Council, we had a lot of interaction with Lake County and Routt County before they joined Northwest COG. And just because so many people in Lake County work in either Eagle County or in Summit County, it was really kind of a logical connection, and a lot of the transportation efforts were coordinated, therefore, with including Lake County. So I just wanted to point that out, that even though they are in a different council of governments, there's still a lot of crossover between the Lake County especially. Also, Garfield County participates in the RTCC meetings, just because there's connections between Eagle and Pitkin and Garfield in terms of transportation.
Yep, our energy program is in Garfield County. The loan fund is in Garfield County, and our broadband program has been pretty prominent in Garfield County too. So, definitely some services that they partake of.
And, we still have Glenwood Springs is a member. Did Carbondale still hasn't come back in the fold, have they?
Long time now. So,
We're gonna work on that? We
Sounds
can
good.
work on that. We'd like to get them. They were great members when they were active.
yeah, and sometimes that happens. So we try to focus on our programs and what we do over time. But I will say, people with the capacity and the interest, like Patty, who really stick around and really take the time to understand what we're doing, become advocates over time. And then, you all have a lot of different things on your plate, so I recognize that. So,
Well, Breckenridge was gone for a while, and they're back.
yep,
So I have a question.
Silverthorne, Breckenridge.
Is it French Creek that runs through Breck and then gets to Dillon and then it turns into the Blue?
French
right?
Creek comes, I don't know if it comes into Breck, but it's one of those tributaries that comes
What's
into
the
the
little
Blue.
creek that runs right through Breck?
That is the Blue.
Oh, it is the Blue. So
Yeah.
the Blue, then a Blue, and then it drops into Dillon, and then
It just gets confusing because it goes into a huge reservoir for a
Yeah.
little while and then becomes the Blue again in Silverthorne, but it's all the Blue.
Because I remember when we started with COG's involvement and, of course, the Army Corps of Engineer, et cetera, redoing that stretch of the Blue. And There's some great, and just having that creek run right through
Yeah.
Breckenridge is pretty, the little river walk along there.
It's beautiful. That was before my time. I'm not so aware of that, but I do know that one of the areas that we do focus on that isn't really covered by others. We know you have CCI that does a lot of your legislative tracking and advocacy, so we don't try to replicate that. I'm not a lobbyist. And for the towns, they have CML, which is a fantastic organization, so we don't try to replicate that. But one of the gaps we've seen that just doesn't, that we've filled is with regard to partnership with the Forest Service. So mainly the White River National Forest touches, the real core of from Summit County through Pitkin County. And so we have, over time, we were very active in the bark beetle initiative and helping bring federal funds for mitigation of that. And that has spun into a Summit County only task force that's still doing their thing that we participate in, but we don't fund. And then recently we've advocated for and advocated for specific changes to the what became the SHRED Act, if you're familiar with that, bringing some ski area fee money back to the national forest where it originated, where it was just going to the general fund. And we lobbied very hard and got all the different towns and counties who to whom it mattered, which were most of them, to sign on to advocate for that, and we're able to successfully get that.
And now I remember the day we were working on naming it.
Right.
With John Whitney.
And that was one of those things where we were around a table talking about, oh, you're supporting a ranger program for your local ranger district. Oh, you're supporting a ranger program for in the White River, like, oh yeah, they can't afford to have a local ranger, front country ranger for, anyhow. So
We were able to collect that data and use it to support the SHRED Act.
put the pieces together and say, look at all this region is spending, and isn't this ridiculous for this forest that's so heavily visited. The White River National Forest, I think, is the most visited forest if you count skier visits, but also summertime visits, and also one of the most highly impacted national forests in the whole system. And we were sending a lot of money off to DC and then not covering a lot of the bases here, which.
Is Jackson County, is that Roosevelt?
Do
you remember?
Yeah, let's see.
Isn't it the Roosevelt?
It's the same one that goes to Fort Collins. I'm trying to think of the
thought it was
Arapahoe. It may be Arapahoe Roosevelt.
I think it's Rose, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they after their beaver pond or whatever they called that fire they had there, that
Yeah.
we saw at a COG meeting, we saw it,
Yeah.
watched it take on the first structures.
huge. Yeah.
It was huge, and one of the hottest fires they've ever had to fight because of they said even the willows in the pond, the beaver ponds, were catching on fire. The fire was so intense. Yeah. That was a big, because they had so many dead trees, so much deadfall.
Yeah.
I like it up there.
Cameron Creek, I think is what you're talking about, although East Troublesome
Yeah,
also,
that was a bad one over in Grand.
so.
Yeah, but anyway, Steve, do you have any more questions? I'm sorry you couldn't be here today because we could have talked more about all of your senior efforts that you've been so amazing with. Your vintage efforts.
Yeah, no, not really any more questions right now.
Great. Okay, we're gonna make sure Greg pulls this up and watches it when he gets back.
Great, all right.
So he is as informed as now you've informed the board, and we appreciate it. John Peacock, did you have any questions?
No, thanks for the work.
All right, thanks, John.
Kelly?
Yeah, and I will say, Greg and I, are the reps to QQ. So QQ
Yeah.
has been just an incredibly sophisticated partner on water, and their guidance has just really been helpve I think, for Pitkin County over the years. So thanks.
We'll pass that on to Tori and Barbara and the
Yeah.
team, Ashley and whatnot. But yeah, they have had some transition, as you know, and I've been really proud. They've held things at a very high level. So, and I think Tori's going to be around for a while. She kind of bounced around a couple other law firms that she contracted with, and now she's gone to work for Sullivan
Partner,
Green
right?
Seavey. So,
Yeah.
so she's a partner with Barbara. So,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, that's great.
That's a good
Yeah,
through line
wow,
for us.
she's-
I remember the
Very smart.
debate over whether you had to be a member of COG to be a member of QQ. And people were like, well, we don't want to be a member of COG. We don't want to pay COG dues and QQ dues. And so we had to, I remember this was years ago.
Yeah, it was.
And we finally came to the point where, well, let's just do what makes sense and let's bring more people. So
Yeah.
we're able to gather more support and more more diversity into the QQ system, so that was great.
Gunnison and
Yeah.
all those areas too, so, yeah.
It made
So it looks
better
like
sense.
it's paying off. So
Yeah, oh,
yeah.
it's very valuable.
Yeah.
I'll pass that on. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay, well, John, thanks for coming over.
Yeah, well, it's a rough time of year to drive around high country, so.
Oh, the leaves have been gorgeous.
Yeah.
The leaves coming over the pass the other day, and they've stayed. I mean, the leaves have been hanging in there.
gorgeous.
It's just been awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. We appreciate
Just to
it.
you. Let me know what we can do for you.
Okay, and I know where to find you a lot.
You too.
Yeah. So anyway, grassroots, thank you. We're going to take a break. We'll be back at 1:00. Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. This is the Pickering County Board of County Commissioners work session agenda. And today, believe it or not, we are kicking off the first of our presentations of our budget, proposed budget for 2023. And we have here with us Connie Baker, who's our most amazing budget person. And she's been doing it for how many years?
Oh, budget, I'm not sure. I've been with the county 17 years. It seems like I've been doing the budget a long time,
Well,
though.
this will be my 20th budget review.
Wow.
So I can leave the room and come back later. No, so thank you. And before we kick it off, I just want to say to the county manager, John, your budget message was awesome.
Certainly
I
was.
really spent a great deal of time. It was really a good summary of the budget process and the budget issues coming before us. And I actually made a lot of notes. I found it very interesting. So
Good.
I'm
Well,
going to
thank
turn
you.
this over, I believe, to you and to Connie. And to anyone else. We have Liz and we have Ann in the room with us, so feel free.
Yeah, Liz and Ann have been a great support and help through the process. So we're very pleased to present to you today the proposed 2023 budget for Pickering County. We are required by state statute to present the budget to you before October 15th. And then we will need to have the budget adopted before December 15th. I need to share my screen. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, there we go. So just a few overview notes before we get started. In the board packet that's on the website, but also in your budget binders, we have a number of different background materials for this first budget presentation. Besides the manager's budget message and a copy of the presentation, there's also a revenue overview, which has a lot of good information about the county revenues and projections. There are copies of all of the new position requests, capital project requests, and then also capital schedules and department replacement schedules. So all of this background information will serve not just for today, but for all of our budget presentations coming up over the next month as we dive into the different core focus areas and the different departmental requests. We will be looking at detailed presentations on general fund departments, the capital fund, special revenue funds, internal service funds, and enterprise funds over the course of the next few weeks. And then December 13th will be the final budget adoption and mill levy certification. And that is a Tuesday. There will be a special meeting on that day so we can have it approved before the state deadline. So I'm going to let John give a little overview first.
Well, thank you. I know this is the kickoff to a long process, and before I get started, I just wanted to acknowledge the real work in this process has really come through Connie and Liz and Ann and all the departments that have done a lot of planning, and now your real work begins. I've just been glad to be part of the process to the degree I have. As we looked at the 2023 budget and five-year plan, we've recognized that we're in a pretty challenging environment again. We just can't seem to get out of these challenging times that we're trying to make decisions in. And right now, those challenging times are really around our international and national economies and the conditions that we're seeing emerge or that we've seen emerge in really this year and really starting last year. And those conditions in particular are high inflation combined with a now slowing economy nationally, internationally. We're anticipating it locally. We're not quite seeing the impacts here. We're starting to see some of the indications that that's going to happen, combined with a really tight labor market. And these three conditions almost never coexist. It's very, very rare. And when they do, it's really, really challenging, both for you as policymakers to make decisions in, but also for the economy to correct. And so we're going to have a little bit of time. So in planning for this budget, we've recognized that recruitment and retention of staff is going to be a top priority. Why? Almost 100% of what we do as a public sector organization is provide services, and 100% of that is our people. And as we're in a very tight and competitive labor market, we need to remain competitive, and that means investing in our people. And we also need to recognize that inflation has really put a lot of stress on our workforce, just as it has in the workforce and the community in general, to be resilient. And so that recruitment and retention, particularly the retention factor, because it is generally a lot easier to keep people than to find them right now, is going to be a big emphasis of this budget. The inflation that I mentioned, not only does it make for a difficult economic environment for us to make projections in, it drives up the cost of everything, right? So we know that inflation has been running at 40-year highs, really, this year. And so that's affecting the cost of everything we do, whether it's the things that we buy, the cost of our employees, everything. And so you're going to see larger percent increases in this budget than, frankly, Patty, you've been used to seeing for the last 20 years, and frankly, that I've been used to seeing in the last 20 years as a manager. And so that's driven in part by these inflationary pressures that we're recognizing. It's driven in part by the fact that we've made conservative budget decisions in 2021 and again in 2022 that we've made adjustments on mid-year. And it's also driven, as you'll see, by a lot of one-time projects and investments and expenditures. And those really get at the board priorities as we'll get in there. Things like the microgrid project and electrification projects and growth projects, criminal justice system projects. We have a lot, not only in this year, but in our 5-year plans that recognize those priorities. We have made conservative revenue projections, and we are entering this period in really good shape. We also, while we're making history in a lot of areas, we also have historically high fund balances. And so that is a strong position for us to be in, to allow us to weather these uncertainties without having to make precipitous changes. It also gives the board some room as we go through these budget conversations that if there is a priority that you think is not represented or underrepresented in this budget, it gives us some room to really consider taking those on. And so we'll be looking for that guidance, not only approval of what we've recommended, but are there changes that the board would like to direct? We've tried to leave room so that the board has some of that discretion. And that's really what allows the flexibility is, having made conservative revenue projections over the past few years. We've exceeded them. It's left us in a good position as an organization, and then the strong fund balances that we can also fall back on. And you'll see in our proposal, we do suggest using some of those fund balances to address priorities on projects and such. I'll turn it over to you, Connie.
Okay, so for all county funds, there is a 14% increase in expenditures in the proposed budget compared to the 2022 original budget, and a 12% increase in revenue versus the 2022 original budget. For all county funds, that would leave at the end of 2023 an ending fund balance that is equal to 62% of the operational expenditures, and that's compared to 64% in 2022. In the general fund, as this presentation will go back and forth between talking about all county funds and then specifically the general fund, there's a 15.8% increase in expenditures compared to 2022 and a 5.7% increase in revenues. And with the proposed budget in the general fund, it would leave a fund balance that is equal to 40% of operational expenditures as compared to 41% last year. Now that 15.8% increase, as John mentioned, is definitely higher than some other years. So looking at what is in that, 7 percentage points of that increase have to do with one-time costs. So they're not ongoing operational costs. If we were only to look at ongoing operational costs, the increase might be closer to 9% for the year. 2 of the percentage point increases are from 2022 mid-year additions of FTEs that were added throughout the course of this year. So just to give a little perspective on what that increase is made up of, and of course we'll be digging into detail, some in this presentation and then in each department as we're going through the budget process. When we're looking at fund balance, we always talk about what the GFOA recommends. That's the Government Finance Officers Association. And they have some great best practices for governments. They recommend a minimum of 2 months of operational expenditures or operational revenues as a fund balance. And that's 16.7%. So we consider that the bare minimum that we need to hold in the general fund. As you'll see towards the end of the presentation, as we look at the fund balance sections of the general fund, we have significantly more than that.
Connie, do we have a number, a dollar number? You know, you have the 2022 original budget in comparison to the proposed budget, but we have added significant dollars in our supplemental, so I think that would be, so, you know, if we're at the end of the day, we're comparing apples to apples, that would be a good, for me, to see where our budget, 2002 budget actually is.
Mm-hmm. We'll see.
Because trying to explain to the public we're increasing it by 15%, they're going to go, what? So if we say, well, really, if we look at what we've actually been spending in 2022, the increase is Y.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, thank you.
And as we're looking at the general fund, it's important to remember where we are at with the fund balance. It has grown significantly over the last 2 years and is higher than I have ever seen it. In 2020, we added $5.5 million to the fund balance in the general fund. In 2021, we added $2.2 million to the fund balance. As John mentioned, our revenue projections were pretty conservative, and then the local economy surprisingly took off unexpectedly. And community development saw significant revenue increases. The clerk's office, many of our different departments. So this is important as we are looking at the request for this year to know where we stand on that fund balance. The fund balance does not include some additional funds. That's $3.45 million that we have received in ARPA funding. That is in a different balance sheet account. It's not part of the fund balance. And then just last week, we heard of $900,000 in local assistance and tribal consistency fund money that we will be able to draw down over a 2-year period. And there's some pretty broad possibilities for using that funding, even with bolstering governmental employees and capacity. So there's quite a broad range that funding can be used for. So
that was my question, are there restrictions like, and I guess there are certain things we can use it for and others we can't use that for.
Yes, and
Maybe we could have a rundown on that at some point in a work session or something, because I just learned about that at the CCI meeting the other day.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I didn't see your hand up, so you can just jump in if I don't acknowledge it. That's fine.
okay,
Thanks.
we'll bring back more information on that. The ARPA funding has more restrictions. This local assistance seems to be broader uses that are allowed. And so this is a great opportunity to be able to advance some of the board's strategic goals and priorities. It allows for some one-time spending. Obviously, it's not appropriate to use some of these one-time dollar amounts to fund ongoing services because we would use up the funding and then we would no longer be able to sustain those ongoing services. So we're not proposing ongoing services with fund balance or with the one-time ARPA or other funding. But it is a good opportunity to use those for one-time projects or capital projects. So the general fund budget proposes a use of fund balance of about $2.5 million. This is different from any other budget that I've presented to the board. We have always had a surplus in the budget year that we were presenting. But given the fund balance and given these particular economic circumstances that we are in, we are proposing a one-time use of fund balance. The general fund has surpluses in the other years of the plan in 2024 through 2027, but a one-time use of fund balance. We have one-time projects that total about $2.1 million proposed. We also have a one-time operational transfer to the ambulance district of $600,000, and hoping that that item in the budget might be able to be removed after November 8th, after the election. But we have it in there as a placeholder for the moment. Without these one-time costs, the general fund would have a surplus of $175,000. Then after the operational part of the general fund, we take some of the surplus in fund balance and we do transfer it to other funds for capital projects. So we're proposing $1,875,000 in capital transfers to the capital fund, the human services fund, and the translator fund. So now the actual budget numbers. Every year we present the fund balance summary, and this shows the entire county budget. We start with a column that shows the projected beginning fund balance. This is where we expect to end the year in 2022. The next shows budgeted revenues, operational expenditures, capital expenditures, and then total expenditures. Next, there are transfers between funds. And then all of that, what change does it produce in the fund balance? And then what is the ending fund balance that would be the result of this proposed budget at the end of 2023? And then the last column, the fund balance as a percent of total operating expenditures. So for the general fund, we are expecting to end 2022 with a total fund balance of $21.7 million. We are projecting $44.3 million in revenue and $43.67 million in operational expenditures. With the transfers, the $5 million in transfers, part of that is operational transfers, mainly support for human services and public health funds. And then part of it is capital transfers. That produces a decrease in fund balance of $4.4 million, leaving an ending fund balance in the general fund of $17.3 million. Again, that's 40% of operational expenditures. We break up the general fund into some different categories of fund balance. The yellow line is restricted fund balances, and you can see the detail of that at the bottom of the slide for things like the animal shelter and tipsy taxis. So balances held that can only be used for those purposes.
Can I ask something about that quickly?
Yes.
That was on my list of questions. What is non-spendable? What does that mean?
And non-spendable, part of that is deposits held, and
It can also be inventory.
Could also be what?
You need to come up on the mic. I knew we'd get one of you up here.
It can be inventory as well. So things like fleet inventory or inventories held by certain departments. You can't actually spend them because they're in physical goods, and so those are non-spendable assets.
Okay, thank you.
then the dark green line is the operational reserve and contingency. We have 5.5 million in there, and Tabor reserve is 1.1 million. Tabor is required by state statute. And these two green sections, the Tabor and the operational reserve, together make up 16.7% of our operational expenditures. Of course, we adjust those balances every year so that we maintain that percentage. Then everything else on top of that is in the unassigned category. And that's where we have a beginning fund balance of 14.4 million, decreasing to about 10 million with this proposed budget.
Go ahead.
What is the 4.4 million anticipated to be expended on when we look at the net change in fund balance?
Yeah, so part of that, about 2.1 million of that, is one-time expenditures. And that is everything from community development, growth management, the public outreach process. There is the justice planners included in that. Let's see, I do have a list.
I think we have the microgrid in there.
Yeah, there was a list.
Yeah, it's somewhere.
There's impact studies for short-term rentals, code amendments and community development, facilities future workspace planning, public works feasibility study for facilities. In the IT department, a records and data management study, succession planning, especially within the manager's department, diversity, equity, and inclusivity implementation training within the county, which is a larger project. There's the microgrid feasibility study, wildfire and emergency response. So quite a number of different one-time costs.
Great, thank you. And mostly board directed.
Yes.
Thank you.
In the capital projects fund, we begin the year with a 2.7 million fund balance, about 3.8 million in revenue projected, and a total of 5.3 million in expenditures. We transfer money in from the general fund, but we also transfer money out to pay for debt service on this building. That would reduce fund balance by 1 million and bring the capital fund balance down to $1.7 million.
I have a question also, if you don't mind. I thought I had seen that the Tipsy Taxi was like 7,000 something, so we have a reserve of 56,000 for it, but its operations is around 7,000, is that right?
I don't remember how much we have in the operational budget. I'd have to look that one up.
Okay.
But this is the reserve of funds that have been donated in the past but not yet spent.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
So this is funding that could be appropriated and spent for
Okay.
that project. The next slide shows the special revenue funds, and I will not go through all of these, but I would like to note the net change in fund balance. And in just about every example where you see a decrease in the fund balance, we have capital projects. In the Road and Bridge Fund, they are proposing to spend some money on heavy equipment and then also on road maintenance projects. They have two large projects which they will present to you. In the Human Services Fund, they plan to complete the senior center renovation, which would spend down some of the fund balance. The general fund has transferred money in for that purpose. In the housing fund, there are proposed purchases or funding set aside for housing purchases, and also some engineering and different projects at Phillips Mobile Home Park. The largest that really stands out in this list of decreases in fund balance is in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund. And these are the EOTC projects. There's $6 million proposed to contribute to the Snowmass Village Transit Center, $3.3 million for the Brush Creek Park and Ride area improvements, and a number of other projects in that fund. So that is obviously the largest spending down of fund balance.
And the snowmass money is technically what's remaining of what used to be called the lockbox, right? That we've been holding on to for 20 years for snowmass to do their transit center.
Yeah, we had combined, we had kind of eliminated those in the EOTC, but with a commitment that that was a project that would still receive consideration and support. And so now that it's come through, they've requested the money that was originally anticipated in the lockbox.
Which
You're right,
they've been
yeah.
kind of, they've incrementally decreased the total amount over the years with planning and then replanning and then replanning again. Right, okay. Francie?
A question, Patty.
Yeah, Steve?
Is Picken County the fiscal agent for EOTC? Are we handling all of the funds?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, Steve, technically all of the funds for the EOTC are actually county funds, but you know, based on the agreements when those taxes were approved, we work through the EOTC process.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question on this page. Under revenues, what generates revenues for road and bridge and human services and public health, and what is that? How do they get money?
Yeah, so I would recommend reading that revenue summary in the budget binder because it contains a lot of great information. Particularly, I think it's towards the end of the revenue summary. It might be pages 12 and 13. It lists all of the different county funds that receive property tax and all of the funds that receive sales tax and what percentage those revenues are of their total fund, of their total revenue. It also talks about some of the other revenue sources we have. And as we go through this presentation, we'll get into some of the revenue projections a little bit more.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay,
Other questions?
very good.
Okay. On the ambulance fund, we are projecting a decreasing fund balance if the new property tax ballot measure is not approved. Then in our enterprise funds, there is a bit of a decrease in the airport fund balance. They have some capital projects planned, as you'll see in future budget meetings. In the health insurance fund, we are intentionally trying to spend down fund balance. We are self-insured in our health insurance, pharmaceutical, and dental insurance. So we pay all claims for our employees, but with stop-loss provided. We don't need a $5 million fund balance in the health insurance fund. $3 million would be a comfortable fund balance for us. So as you'll see later in our proposals for the budget, we're actually decreasing what employees will pay for dependent insurance and what the county will contribute toward insurance, with the idea that we spend down that health insurance balance a little bit. This is also a testimony to the work that John has done in the Valley Health Alliance and some of our wellness programs, that we've really shifted the curve on those health insurance costs.
So if we spend it down this year on decreased expenses for our employees, how is that sustainable after this year, after we spend it down?
Depending on how claims go through the years, we will probably need to increase it at some point. We hope for gradual increases, but it's a win for both the county and our employees that we can decrease it this year. We also decreased it last year in 2022.
So,
No, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Yeah, Connie, I thought you were done. So we also budget 100% of the expenditures. Typically, we're targeting around 85 to 90%. That's one of the anticipated expenditures actually going out the door. And so we have a little bit of wiggle room. And so we have actually, I think even this last year, budgeted a deficit, and we're not realizing that deficit because the expenditures haven't come in. We don't want to have to come back to the board on, if the health insurance were to reach 100% of what our brokers are projecting. Typically, I think, Connie, we run 85 to 90% of that projection. Sometimes we run 115% of that projection, which is why we have fund balance. But we've been able to bend the steepness of that curve, and actually for a few years we actually decreased it. You might recall we did a 15% reduction, I think 2 years. Was it
We
2
did
years
a
ago?
10% reduction
10%,
for
I'm sorry.
2022.
This makes it 15%. I was hoping for the 20. So we did a 10, and now we're doing a 5, and we're finding that new base, and hopefully then we're still going to have increases. Everyone is because of inflation and such, but that we're bending that curve so that it's more sustainable. So I would almost take the bet, unless we have a bad year on experience, that we are not going to spend deficit again.
Okay, Kelly.
Thank you. I bring this up every time, but I continue to wonder if there's opportunities. Sorry, Indora. I continue to wonder if there's opportunities to cover additional health services as from this PATA fund as well. Like, annual skin checks is the one I usually say, but, mammograms and colonoscopies and things like that can be fairly pricey for people that also can really are preventative health.
Yeah, and so I mean, we can talk to our brokers more about that. We are on a high deductible health plan, and there are certain exclusions that we have to have, and certain definitions of what is paid under prevention versus what's paid under. And so we have we're at the lowest deductible of a high deductible plan, and there are going to be some adjustments because the IRS makes those adjustments each year. And we're going to have a couple of enhancements more around dental, but we have not cracked the nut on those other preventative
Are we
ones yet.
prohibited from rebates or something like that?
Yes, yeah.
Our
Yeah,
deductible's like
now
$1,500.
what we could do, and one of the ways that we do cover that is, and one of the ways we've
HSA.
tried to anticipate it, is making contributions into an HSA to at least try and cover a good portion of that deductible or first dollar care. And so if the board were interested in, maybe covering more of those preventative services instead of doing it on the plan side, because I think we may be prohibited from doing that, Kelly. I need to go back and double check. Would be to change the contribution to that HSA.
So would they be handled then, a mammogram or a colonoscopy, as another medical cost, and so it would pay a certain percentage of it, or would it be exempt?
Well, I think what Kelly is asking is, could it be covered 100% as a preventative care? Like
Without
a primary,
the deductible and without
like
the-
your primary care visit. You get a preventive care visit every
Right.
year. It doesn't extend to those diagnostics. Am
Yeah.
I understanding you
Yes.
correctly? So I think that's what Kelly's asking. And so what we've done strategically, and we have not adjusted it in some time, I think, is in lieu of being able to do some of those things, is to fund some first dollar care in employees' HSA accounts.
So the mammogram would still cost what it costs, but there'd be more money for the employee to draw down to pay for it.
Right. And you'd get the discounted rates, for being in network, versus paying the full billed rate. You would get whatever our network rate is for that service.
And isn't our deductible $1,500, pretty much? That's considered a high
It's-
deductible.
Well,
I think it's around that for individual.
Yeah.
For families, it's going up
There's
to
a
$3,000.
in-network deductible and an out-of-network.
we've done the lowest deductible we can, and still qualify as a high deductible plan for the IRS.
Yeah, it's pretty low compared to the insurance I had before, other places.
And I have a question, and I think it's gonna come up maybe under Human Resources, the discussion about family leave, like we did parental leave. Is that gonna come up then?
So we'll probably do that as a separate work session, Patty, just because from a budgetary perspective, it's almost a wash, because you're paying the payroll that we're already proposing to budget. It's really the permissiveness that we give on how those hours are spent. And so I did just talk to Melissa and thought, because you have a lot of hours of budget discussion, but that we'd bring that back in a work session. It's a change to the administrative kind of personnel policy, so get that direction from the board. And then that will give us direction how to spend the dollars. There's not a budget impact that would be
I
part of
just wanna
this.
make sure we have that discussion before the end of the year, so we'll look at some time.
Yeah, and we'll,
Christmas Eve would be fine, since my kids would be here for Christmas. I'll bring
we
the
are
turkey.
looking at a 2023
We'll be at church
implementation.
Christmas Eve, I
Yeah.
don't know about you.
We'll plan around that.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Yeah, I guess we can, that will be a question I raise for discussion when that comes back to us topically in this.
Yeah,
Med coverage,
Yeah,
yeah.
or, and if just the higher contribution to the HSA is the more flexible way to do that, because we can be elastic with how we offer benefits on a year-to-year basis, then perhaps that's the better approach.
the HSA is definitely more flexible and in some ways could be a better benefit because it's portable with the employee if they don't spend it.
And you can touch it or not touch it. Okay. Moving on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Steve, you're good? Okay.
Okay, so this is the entire proposed budget for 2023. There will be some changes and adjustments as we're going through the different budget meetings, opportunities for the board to make decisions. And we will be going into detail on these different funds and departments in the coming weeks.
Connie, oh, never mind. You switched. I'm just trying to keep track, so
Me too.
I have 3 screens to look at here, just in case I'm missing something.
Well, I'm looking at the screen.
Where are you, paper-wise?
Page,
Let's see, I am on slide number 10.
slide number 10.
So go to the
Oh,
7th
slide number
tab.
10.
So,
If you look
but
at
revenue
this-
summary?
No, the 7th tab has the budget presentation, a copy of the presentation. So a little further back in the binder.
Oh, here we go. All the way back.
And online, what,
And
Thank you.
slide 10.
in terms of the,
I am not sure what
agenda.
page number it is online.
okay.
Oh, just got a campaign contribution. Not for me. Thank God.
The next few slides talk about our revenue projections. Revenue is really the basis for our budget. It sets the guardrails on how much we can propose in our ongoing costs. So we'll spend some time today discussing the different projections. The total proposed revenue budget is $169 million. This pie chart breaks it down by fund. You can see that the general fund is the largest, with transit sales and use tax next, the airport following, and then open space and trails. And then the chart after that takes the same revenue, but instead of breaking it down by fund, it shows it by type of revenue. You'll see that property tax is 20.7%, and property tax is one of our most stable revenue sources. Sales tax, on the other hand, can fluctuate a lot depending on the economic conditions, and that's a little over a quarter of the total revenue for the whole county. Fees and service charges are just below 20%. The enterprise funds like the airport and the solid waste center make up a good part of that, but also treasurer's fees. So there's a mix of revenues that depend on the economy, but also those like treasurer's fees, which are based on property tax, which is very stable. So a mix in a number of those different areas.
Intergovernmental revenues.
Those are grants and revenues that we receive from other governments. For example, payment in lieu of taxes would be an intergovernmental revenue.
And how does Northwest COG's Vintage program, because I know they manage the federal funds for us and some state funds, does that come through directly, or do we submit?
We have grants, the Human Services Fund and Senior Services, they apply for the grants, and that passes through the Northwest COG, but then comes into the county in the category of
That's
intergovernmental
what I thought.
revenues.
Okay, thank you.
When we're looking at revenues, many times we'll focus on the core services. There are 5 county funds that we group together. That would be the General Fund, Capital Fund, Road and Bridge, Human Services, and Public Health. We group these 5 funds together because in many ways they're interdependent on their revenues. Sales tax we allocate between the General Fund, Capital Fund, and Road and Bridge Fund. And then Human Services and Public Health funds receive a lot of operational support from the general fund, so they're subsidized by the general fund. So since they're intertwined on revenues, we'll look at those grouped together. And the revenue summary in your budget binder focuses on those core revenues. You can see there's a little bit of a difference between the whole county. Property tax for these core funds is a little bit lower. Fees and service charges is lower, since airport, solid waste center make up a good part of that. That's normal that this would be lower. The intergovernmental, however, is definitely higher. Human services and public health rely heavily on grants. So just a little overview there. Staff met twice this last summer and into the fall with the Financial Advisory Board to work on revenue projections. These projections are a fundamental part of our proposed budget. They give us that basis of deciding what we can project for revenue and then what we can propose in the budget. And we don't only look at the budget year, but we look at the whole 5-year plan, seeing what we might expect in the coming years so that we can plan our services and our proposed budget in a way that's sustainable into the future and is not just good for a one-time 1 year, but something that we can keep going.
Can I, real quick, or will this come back to us? Sorry, Connie. The significant, like the sales tax for 2023, negative 11%, ComDev at 0%, ComDev in 2024 at a negative 15%. Will that come back to us for further discussion? Thank you, because I think we need to further discuss that.
Yeah, just thought about that.
In the coming charts, we'll talk about it a little.
Okay, thank you.
But that 11%, that's off of the increased 13%. Right?
Yes, yes. And when we look at the line graphs on the coming pages, I think that helps to understand some of these percentages. I would like to mention before we go on to the line graphs, though, on the property tax. We are limited for most county funds. We're limited by the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, which means that our property tax cannot increase more than the rate of inflation plus growth in the property tax base. And normally that's our limit. I have never seen it be anything but that. However, we have very different circumstances at the moment where inflation has been much higher than it has been in recent years. So we're bumping up against another limit that we didn't even have to consider other years, and that's the 5.5% statutory limit. So for 2023 and 2024, we actually are projecting higher inflation than what is shown there. But in any case, we cannot exceed that 5.5% increase in property tax.
Have we ever been at that 5.5% increase before?
Not that I remember.
I have not seen it in my career in Colorado.
Now I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I do too, but go ahead.
Thank you. Okay.
Is that okay, Connie?
So this statutory, this is written into the legislature, or was this part of a proposition that passed?
I believe that's state statute.
Okay.
And do you remember?
We have Fenton, we have,
Right. No, I get that. I didn't realize that was the.
Yeah, so we've got 3 revenue restrictions. We have the Fenton Amendment in our home rule charter. We have the property tax limitation that's written into Tabor. And then we have the 5.5 limitation that's written into statute. And we have to go with whichever one is most restrictive of the three. And so this is the first time in my career that we've seen, or I've seen, this statutory limit kick in. And I do believe that was pre-Tabor. I do believe it's something that the legislature could change. It's not part of the constitutional
This is
amendment.
helpful, because I know
Yeah.
this is part of the context of the broader property tax reform conversations
Oh,
that I
okay.
imagine will come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I think it probably hasn't really come up, especially since Tabor, because Tabor's always been more restrictive. Probably always been more restrictive. I don't know if we've ever hit this 5.5%
Because it's
limit
based on
since
inflation.
Tabor.
Is it, yeah, it's the inflation and the property values have gone through the roof.
And then is the 1% is property tax growth in units?
That's the overall property base in the county.
So
So that would.
It'll
make
be,
sure I understand what base is.
It'll
It's
be
not base as
value
like
of new-
assessed value, it's base, the number
New
valued,
development.
or?
new,
Got it, okay.
the value of new growth.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
new
it.
development,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
And I have a question. If we exceed, we can, and I don't know where this question may be answered. We can do a temporary mill decrease, or can we do a tax credit back on people's property taxes?
We do a temporary mill levy decrease every year because we have not been able to collect our full mill levy on the general fund in a very long time. I'm not sure when it was,
So that percentage of
decades ago.
decrease just depends on where we are year to year.
So we always take a credit. If for some reason we over-collect, the following year we give an additional credit where that goes back to taxpayers, but it's done through the next year's property tax.
So it's not like what happened in Basalt where they kept the money and then had to figure out what to do with it later.
We don't do this through a refund or
Tax
such,
credit.
right?
So it's kind of like what we just had with the state, where everybody got money back from the state, but we do it
Yeah.
towards credit for the next year? or-
We lower the mill levy to that revenue restriction through a temporary mill levy credit. And the reason we do a temporary mill levy credit is if property values drop in the future, we can take those temporary mill levies back to keep the revenues even.
Right.
If you got rid of them under Tabor, you'd have to go back to a vote.
You have to go back to the voters, so you-
to do that.
That's one of the things that confuses people about Tabor, is that if you reduce the mill levy because you need to, you don't do it under a temporary basis, you can't go back to the original mill levy that was passed. They still consider that a tax increase, even though you're going back to something the voters have already approved. It's stupid.
And so, some jurisdictions keep their mill levy steady and do things like refunds. Tabor does not really prescribe how that's done. And you could, in theory, drop dollars from an airplane as long as they, fall within the right political
Dollars
boundaries.
from an airplane? Yeah, that would be kind of fun.
And so
Be
there's
better than ducks getting
It
dumped
looks
in the
a lot
river.
better. It makes the county look really.
there's been a lot of different ways that's accomplished. Patty, to your point, sending checks out to taxpayers or reducing fees or cost for services. Doing the temporary mill levy credit seems to be the most efficient and practical way of doing it without adding a lot of administrative
What
overhead.
about a special district that says we're gonna collect this much, and because the mill levy goes up so high, they're collecting more? Even if they're debruced, they can keep it, correct?
Yeah.
But if they're not debruced, how do they then manage that?
Well,
Can they reduce their mill levy within their special district?
they can do the exact same process we do, which is either a temporary mill levy credit or a refund.
So there is a way, if you
yeah.
exceed,
In a district, they may do it if they are charging a fee for service. They may take it back by fee forgiveness for some period. There's lots of different ways
one
that
more
it's
question.
done.
And even if you are debruced, you could still do that. out of the goodness of your heart, if a district was collecting a significant amount of money more
Yeah.
than they needed, they could choose to do that.
And that's
There-
the way property tax used to work, actually, is the board would be responsible for setting the mill levy rate, either increasing it or decreasing it or keeping it the same. Tabor's made it such that it you almost never want to decrease it, to your point, Patty,
So you gotta go back for a vote.
never get it back and under changing circumstances unless you go to a vote, and that's a difficult process to go through. And yes, and we've done that in the past as a county when property values were running up in 2007, 2009.
Yeah,
we
and-
reduced the open
Right.
space and trails mill levy. In
Oh, I remember
response.
that, yeah. Okay, all right, just because I'm gonna be asked those questions soon and I needed to know the
Oh,
answer.
okay.
So two things on, I'll just say both my questions. So do we articulate in our budget what the mill levy credit is? Like, can the voters go and see somewhere like what their property tax mill levy credit is for each of the variety of
District.
property
Yes,
tax?
I believe it is on the property tax bill, and we are required to show
Okay,
that.
okay. And then, do we track this percentage growth? Like when we close out the budget for a year, the end of year, do we say, it was 1% growth, or if it was 1.1 or 0.8 or?
That comes through the assessed valuations from the assessor's office.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm curious about this 1%.
It's amazing, there's always something to learn in the
Well,
budget.
What was that refund we got from the state? Was that a sales tax refund or was that?
Tabor.
What?
It was a Tabor refund.
From sales tax?
Well, it's overall revenues that don't come from, say, sorry, a Tabor, so there are two revenue limits in Tabor. There's a property tax limitation, which we've been talking about, and then a total revenue limitation. And if the voters haven't approved you to not meet either of those, then you've got to pay attention to both of those limits. And the total revenue limits are all revenues that you collect, except for example, federal revenues aren't counted in that. Revenues from enterprise funds like government-run businesses, for example, like our airport and landfill. There's probably a couple other exceptions in there that are escaping my mind at this point, but it's all revenue. So for the state, that'd be income tax, it would be sales tax, it would be if there are any grant dollars that aren't coming through the federal government, say from foundations or what have you, would all go towards that total revenue limit, which is also only allowed to grow at a specific rate. And so the state, when that total revenue limit is exceeded, is giving a refund. And so that's the check you got.
And that's what the housing proposition seeks to carve out, where that money wouldn't be
Instead of-
part of the total
Instead of,
refund amount.
it would be separate, wouldn't be included in that.
Be
Yeah.
the exempt.
It's a percentage, right? So you could still get $1 back, but they could keep 100.
And in a high inflation environment, Tabor really does have a ratcheting down effect, especially for those jurisdictions. So Pickens County, for example, has DBRUs. We've gotten approval from our voters to not have to give those refunds on a total revenue limit, but we still have the property tax limitation applied to us. A lot of jurisdictions, I think most jurisdictions right now, don't have either level of debrucing going on, and so
So does that mean, so the sales tax then is exempt from that? Completely exempt?
for
From the
us,
revenues, for us.
for us it is, like with the type of growth we've seen, particularly the last 2 years, if we didn't have that forgiveness from the total revenue limit, we would be having a discussion about refunds, and we'd be having a very different discussion about our budget.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you, that was so helpful.
Okay,
Okay, on the property
you're
tax.
answering a lot of questions.
That's why Pickens County comparatively has a pretty low top property tax mill. Comparatively.
Yes, yes.
When was Fenton passed? Before Tabor, wasn't it? So we double whammied. We double whammied with Fenton and Tabor just to confuse things.
And the 5.5.
And
We've
the
got
yeah.
3. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, not surprised.
We do have 3 funds that are exempt from Tabor. Voters approved a fixed mill levy, and that is the Open Space and Trails Fund, Redstone Ranch, and the Ambulance District.
That's totally it.
So looking at these different revenue sources, the first one is sales tax. And it helps to see what we're projecting, I think, looking at the chart. The top line, the green line, is actual sales tax, and the bottom line is the budget. In 2019, we saw a jump in sales tax when tax on internet sales was allowed and began to be implemented, and also deliveries into Pickens County. That affects a lot of the construction goods that are purchased outside of the county but delivered into the county.
So is that tax paid in both locations then?
It
Is
is,
it split or?
if it is being delivered, it is only paid for the county as
Okay.
it is being delivered to.
Thank you.
2020, we saw a small decrease in sales tax, of course, with the COVID restrictions and businesses limited or shut down. But then surprisingly, in 2021, with so many people coming into our valley and many people finding this an attractive place to be during COVID, we had a huge increase in our sales tax in 2021, up to $14.9 million. We projected very conservatively for 2022. The Financial Advisory Board had a hard time imagining that high point in 2021 was something we would build off of and go up from there. And so we dropped it down in the budget for 2022. However, we were wrong.
That was a good wrong.
Yeah, a good wrong to have. Better that way than the other way. We're projecting an increase of 13% over 2021 for a total of $16.8 million.
It's gone crazy.
It's been very strong at the beginning of the year. The following table shows month over month. This may be a little confusing with all of the different lines, but it does show that fluctuation between the different months. 2019 is maybe a little bit more normal year, the blue line here. In 2021, you see that the winter months were pretty low, the green line. We had COVID, different
Kind of the
acronym.
same thing, COVID,
Yeah.
COVID and Tabor.
COVID restrictions in place that kept our revenues pretty low during that winter of 2021. But then they jumped up significantly and finished very strong. Now what we're seeing in 2022 is the beginning of the year was very strong. We had 50% sales tax increases in those first few months of the year.
Unheard of.
Staying very strong through the spring, but what we're starting to see now in the summer is a bit of a leveling off. It's tapering off a little. With talk of uncertainty around the world and the war in Ukraine and other things that are going on, the increases in interest rates by the Federal Reserve. So there are changing economic conditions coming up, and our Financial Advisory Board was very much concerned about some of these changes and thinking that Pickens County will not be entirely immune to some of those changes that are coming up in the economy. So that's why we're projecting that we're going to be tapering off slower than 2021, still following the same projection, but just at a bit lower rate for the remainder of the year. What that does is produce a plus 13% for 2022. However, they were very cautious about 2023. As you said on the slide before, 11% decrease. That would bring us down to just shy of 15 million. Again, it was 14.9 million in 2021, so about the same level. The FAB is projecting a recession in 2023, and so this is reflecting that projection. It then also shows a jump back, 6.5% the following year, and then gradual increases after that. So it's a cautious projection. Just this morning, we got our, was it July, our August sales tax results, and they were better than we were expecting. It was up 7.5% compared to last year. So we may end up better, and this is an area where the board does have opportunity to have us come back. We could change our projections a little if the board sees fit, especially as the board is evaluating different opportunities and different priorities as the departments present their budgets.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll say from an overall, perspective, I think it's very prudent to be cautious, and it doesn't bother me so much to have cautious projections, but I think that, I'd like that to be married up with some willingness to change our expenditures when we see that those projections were perhaps overly cautious or conservative. And because I also just look at this and go, oh my gosh, like we are sitting on a lot of money and there are some real problems out there to solve. And, this is really a statement for the board as far as being perhaps more willing to kind of aggressively pursue solutions when we have funding to do it, after having relied on cautious projections.
I agree.
I'm a little more protective of those fund balances.
Especially when it
know
comes
you
to
are.
FTEs.
Yeah. Really? You caught on quickly. Yeah, but I'm
But the
seeing,
community, I mean, us sitting on money, it's like, well, then give it back or spend it, It's like, I do think that is part of our charge here.
yeah, and I'm not totally disagreeing with that, but on the city side, as a city resident, and people think I'm on city council for some reason, I get hit up all the time with, why you guys just keep spending money even though you haven't, and you're just
Why
creating
don't
projects.
you spend money?
No, they're saying to the city, why are you spending money? Because they think that people need to see planning when those dollars go out. So I think in looking forward and using one-time monies, we need to have a clear plan to present to the public. And I think the county will do that, but that's critical for me.
And we do have some, I would say, emergent situations that need money applied to them. So
Right, we have good, solid, one-time projects out there that we can present to the community, I believe. And we just need to make sure that that follows through with, we're gonna spend $5 million here and this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna
I don't
spend $1
think-
million.
I think it would be a very unpopular stance to be sitting on a lot of money and not doing anything about housing, for instance.
Agreed.
That would be.
Well, if
We're
we
doubling
have,
down on RAFTA when we have this traffic,
when we have a good plan for those monies, I think the people will be fine with it. It's when you just say, we're gonna use money for housing, and there's the big question mark at the end. That's the uncertainty that people, I feel constituents aren't comfortable with. But I think we have some housing plans out there that are vetted and ripe.
Yeah.
And that's the direction those monies should go, but we need to be clear with the
I
public.
hope we go public with them pretty soon, before
I think there's a lot
they
of people.
explode.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, we're going
We
away
dive-
from
we
budget.
dive
budget
Yes.
overview, though. It's the budget overview, right?
Okay, community development fees. This is a revenue source that typically has very wide fluctuations and is difficult to project. You'll see the green line, which is the actuals, and there are large dips and large increases. And as our budget has tried to anticipate, and we've not been terribly good at projecting this revenue source. You will see that the construction sector was very strong in 2020 through 2022. Community development fees reached an all-time high in 2020 in COVID. Decreased some in 2021, but we're expecting that they will be up about 7.5%, could be even more at the same level of 2020 by the end of this year. There is a lot of work in the pipeline for community development. So whereas sales tax, if there's a recession, we see an immediate impact. With community development, sometimes there's a lag there, that people continue with projects that are already in the works. With the amount of work that they know they have lined up already, we're expecting that their revenue will be right about at the same level in 2013. But then the impact of an economic downturn would be felt the following year in 2024. That's why we're showing a 15% decrease. And a 15% decrease, as you can see from this green line, is certainly not out of the ordinary. There are large swings there. And then just a steady increase in the out years.
Go ahead.
When ComDev comes to present, will they dive into more about the fee generation? Both why we're seeing this spike and what the projection is?
I will put that down as a note.
Okay, thank you. It tells the story, right, of the growth everybody's feeling, so on one hand, we're showing a property tax growth of only 1%, yet the ComDev is not telling that same story. So how do we align those? Would be helpful.
Yeah, so my seeing 0% doesn't mean we're gonna have 0%. It means we're having zero growth in the percentage. I'm like, what do you mean we're gonna have any income, any revenue coming into ComDev? Zero. That means we're not gonna be growing from the prior year, so therefore it's a 0% increase.
That's
And
right.
the negative means it's not negative, it's just a negative from the year before.
That's correct.
So they're still gonna pay their own way. It's just at different
And then
levels.
some.
Yeah.
Okay, next is treasurer's fees, and compared with the last two slides, treasurer's fees is pretty steady. It's a very solid revenue source for the county. It is set by state statute, 5% for most taxing districts, 2% of municipalities. So it's a percentage of property tax.
And that's the money the treasurer's office gets to process those funds.
Oh, that's right. I remember that from
Yeah,
last year.
that's the fee, just so the public knows that.
So when we do see increases, it's because the community has improved property tax increases for different districts within the community. For example, when RAFTA had their property ballot measure that was approved. Those are really the only times that we see large increases or variations within this revenue stream. So pretty solid. And we're projecting 2023 about the same as 2022. A bump up in 2024. There are a number of districts within, not our county districts, but within Pickens County, that we collect the property tax on their behalf and collect the treasurer's fees. A number of them have fixed mill levies so that their property tax will go up with the valuation. For example, CMC has a fixed mill levy. On the clerk's fees, here again, you see that huge increase in 2020 and 21. So this is a story that we see across a number of different departments. The recording and document fees within the clerk's office are affected by both the value and number of real estate sales. There's also the motor vehicle registrations, and during COVID, the real estate market was off the charts, and many people moving into the area, more vehicle registrations. So their revenues were really unexpectedly high during those years. We expect a bit of a drop-off in 2022 compared to last year. However, it's still far above budget. They're not expecting the trend to continue. They're expecting it to normalize around $1 million.
I have a question, John, maybe you know, it's a really wacky question, but when thinking about Kelly's thing about voters, where they're coming from to re-register to vote here, do we track where vehicle registrations are coming from? Be interesting to see the increase in vehicle registrations we had during the COVID period and what states those vehicles were transferred from.
Or were they new?
Yeah, we need to talk to the clerk's office. I don't think
think
so.
we
I
track- it'd
think
be a
we
great
know
number to
new
know.
vehicle registrations
Yeah.
per se, but I'll have to ask Ingrid. I don't know the
Yeah.
answer to that question.
Maybe they just
Yeah.
have a hunch. Yeah, just would be of interest when we're talking about mountain migration, et cetera. Thanks.
The last revenue source that we'll look at is investment income. For the last 10 years or more, we have seen very low interest rates. And the county many years was earning less than 1% on our investment income. There's obviously quite a shift this year, and we're looking at rates in the 2023 budget and going through 2027 varying between 2.3 and 4%. So as our investments come due, then our financial advisors are able to invest in treasury bills or other investments that produce a higher rate of return than what we had. The chart does look a little funny in 2021 at 0. It was actually a negative. We are required to show in our financial statements unrealized gains and losses in our investment income. And in 2021, there was a large unrealized loss, so not an actual loss, just on the books.
Just the value of the investment.
Yes. And we showed that fully in the general fund rather than affecting all of the different funds, where a smaller fund that has a larger swing and impact in the general fund is better able to absorb those. So that's why that looks funny in 2021.
It would be teeny on the
I
general
call the
fund
market
line.
crash right there.
But we are projecting that our investment income will be much higher than budget in 2022 and then growing some in the coming years.
I would hope so. Under 1% is.
So those are the main revenue sources that we're looking at. Again, that forms the foundation or the guardrails of what we're then able to do as we're looking on the expenditure side. For the expenditures, we start with the strategic plan. We want this to guide our priorities as we're looking at what the county should be spending its money on. So we group our budget meetings in the coming weeks around the strategic plan and around these 3 core focus areas. And you'll hear us refer to this frequently as we go through the budget process. Next, we have a number of slides that talk about some of the highlights of what's included in the proposed 2023 budget, and it shows their alignment with the strategic plan. So first, this is looking at the flourishing natural and built environment and the ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems. We have a number of road projects, about $3.36 million in the proposed budget. There's Owl Creek Road and Woody Creek Road. Those are the 2 large projects that they have lined up, plus some other ones that they'll mention in their presentation, and a total of $13.6 million over the next 5 years. The Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, which is the fund through which the EOTC spends its money. There's a total of $37.5 million. $15.3 million in this fund is passed through to RAFTA. We have the 1% sales tax and the 0.5% sales tax, and portions of those sales tax are passed through directly to RAFTA for transportation or to City of Aspen and Snowmass Village, which then pass it through to RAFTA for transportation. Other projects that the EOTC oversees are $6 million for the Snowmass Village Transit Center, the Brush Creek Park and Ride improvements, $287,000 for permanent automated vehicle counters, and then about $500,000 in various other transit improvement projects.
This is a huge question, but if the city were to approve the record of decision, pursuit of the record of decision, would that implicate the county at all? Do you know, or like, would we be in a position to have funds to set aside if we chose to, or would we have to go to the voters to do something like that?
Well, so
Very, very general, I mean, big.
yeah,
question.
so EOTC funding is anticipated to provide match for any projects that would, be entrance to Aspen or ROD related, at least right now, if that were to go forward. So I think the intent was to be able to use the EOTC funds to match state and federal funding. That would probably be the supermajority of any project that would come through. if the need exceeded EOTC, then the board would either have the option to look at the undesignated fund balance in the general fund, which I suspect would not be enough to really make a dent in a project that size, or Kelly to seek out another revenue source to make that happen.
Okay.
What we
If
could
I'm-
do,
yeah.
if they were to move forward on a project, would be to use some of our funds to help, as we did kind of with the projects that have been going on this summer, with those other projects, like the detours and the traffic management and those kind of things during a project of that size. That would be an opportunity, I think, for the county to participate within a reasonable financial level.
Is it entirely up to the Aspen Town Council?
As for the entrance, it's all in the city. As far as I know, they keep changing it used to not quite be
We've
all in the
taken
city.
a lot of votes on this as a county.
Yeah, it's
also.
gone both ways, and I do think there are portions of it, we need to go back and look that are, I think the city and county need to be in alignment if it's going to be the record of decision
Reopening of,
implementation.
or whatever.
Yeah, which would be the straight shot over the more
More.
open space
More.
right now. Is that Merled open
It's
space?
Merled.
Sorry,
It's
Merled.
Merled.
That's right. Moore's on the
More
other
they
side
already
there.
took by condemnation.
Yeah, so I believe that would require both jurisdictions to be in agreement and to fund, which is why it hasn't happened. We've had, I want to say 27 or 30
27
a
votes.
lot of votes between the city and the county, and they have tended not to line up, and
Right.
we've tended not to have a project
But the
that
county
we could do.
voted, the county put a vote out there just because. I remember it because people in the county felt that they should have the right to vote because they were the ones so greatly impacted by coming and going through town, and going east of the roundabout. So it was one of those non-binding votes, just because kind of to feel out where the county voters stood. But if you're in the city, you
It
can
was
still vote on the
ballot,
county.
or it
Mhm,
was
it's on a
separate?
ballot- it's on a
I'll
ballot.
send you a link. There's a whole video that goes through all the votes.
And you could actually
Yes,
vote on both
I
if you're.
remember 30 years ago, 29 years ago, when we went all through this, but then I sort of lost track after that. So
Well, it
it's
was
been
interesting 'cause
brought back many
If
times.
you were a city resident, you could vote on both.
I was.
Because you got a county, no, but I was, you got a
Uh-huh.
county vote, you could
Oh,
vote as a
really?
county. Yeah, because you lived in both the city and county. So you could vote one way on one question and the other way on the other, just to confuse people.
And is the council poised to bring it up?
They're revisiting it, like from a public education perspective. So I think we're gonna hear more and talk a lot more about it next year than we have.
It's like from every perspective of education, I think that elected officials,
Yeah.
staff are confused, the state and local government, everybody's confused.
There's going to be a natural timeline where this has to be addressed in some meaningful way, because the Castle Creek Bridge, although it's had some maintenance done on it, is aging infrastructure. And while it may have some decades left on it, its design life is going to be coming to an end. And so right now, with the record of decision as it stands, I think there's a real question as to whether CDOT would invest in replacing a bridge that is not part of a record of decision or plan that has come through CDOT. And so there is going to have to be some reconciliation, and it takes a long time to plan and implement these projects. And so I do think we are coming up on a time frame where we need to seriously have these discussions and start to get a direction, and it takes time to put a project of that size, complexity, and cost together before you're ever breaking ground.
And we
And
need to
so we are on a timeline
Do we
right
have
now.
to break ground? You're making it sound inevitable.
Well, I would assume that we're going to want to have a way in and out of Aspen if the Castle Creek Bridge is no longer functional. So
Well,
yes.
Yeah, but if it's
yeah.
fixed, if it's,
What's
But the
longest
problem
road?
is, that's not the record of decision right
I
now,
know,
the
I
record of
understand, but
decision. So we either need to make a decision as a community that that's it, and go through the process with CDOT and with the feds to make that amendment, or we need to make a decision as a community that we're going to address the entrance to Aspen in a different way. But not making a decision probably doesn't lead to a good outcome right now.
But you're saying we don't have to be dependent on the record of decision if we're ready to make a different decision?
That is, we are not the only ones involved in that decision.
No, I know
making
we're not,
process.
but
Yeah,
I mean.
yeah.
You'd have to reopen the rod.
You'd have to
change
reopen it and change it. I mean,
Or create a whole new
record
rod.
of, yeah. a
Whole
re-
new what?
Whole new record of decision,
Yeah.
the rod.
And that is a very expensive, very lengthy process in and of itself. And so whether that infrastructure would even be deemed sustainable going forward as the community grows, I think would be a question we'd have to answer through that process.
John, we do need to keep in mind that the Castle Creek Bridge will still have to exist even if the straight shot is done. And then whose responsibility will it be to maintain, rebuild, or whatever the Castle Creek Bridge?
Yeah.
It would
So that
fall
we
on the
have
city
two
of Bastrop.
resources.
And because people still need a way to get off Cemetery Road back onto Highway 82.
But right now, we've got an adopted and approved plan. You know, that record of decision is an adopted and approved plan of what future development's going to be that directs CDOT and federal spending. And it is not, your point, Bay, it's not the Castle Creek Bridge, right? It's a different entrance.
But the Castle Creek Bridge would go into ownership by the city, so the
Are,
city would
are
be
we gonna
responsible
see
for it.
more resources in the EOTC budget related to having this conversation next year?
Well, that's gonna, that has been a discussion, that is up to the governing body of EOTC, and that has been something that has been brought up in the past and has not been approved
What has not
by
been
the
approved?
policymakers. The further planning process and that sort of thing around the entrance to Aspen, I think that's part of the education process right now that the city's going through, is to try and bring everyone, up to
Back up
speed
to.
back up to speed on the entrance, that the record of decision and entrance to Aspen and those challenges. And then it's really going to be up to the policymakers. Staff, absolutely, staff can direct resources that way, but historically, there's been some resistance to putting those questions on the table because of the difficult politics, I
But
think.
that's
So-
the BOCC and the town council, right?
Right, so
And Snowmass.
my question then is, in anticipating the EOTC budget for 2023,
We don't
This
have
isn't in
those, not in it,
okay.
correct.
So
Yeah.
that's something for us to get on and have some dialogue about perhaps before going into our work planning on the
And
27th.
we'll have that
But it's
opportunity this
certain-
afternoon, yeah.
It's not on there.
But we
It's
can,
on the agenda at all. Which, by the way, the preparation for these EOTC meetings is unreal.
Yeah.
and,
Pages.
and I think the
pages.
record of decision is, there's only a long enough shelf life, so I
What?
think
There's
Jan-
only what? A
the
certain
record
shelf
of
life?
decision has a shelf life, and we've exceeded that. And I think things have changed, and so it might just be a matter of just updating the record of decision rather than reopening it, or you can do minor amendments to records of decisions that aren't as timely and costly. I've done it before, so. Long discussion, sorry, Connie, we
Thank you.
diverged again.
So Kelly, as far as what is available in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund, we're projecting an ending fund balance around $3 million at the end of 2023.
Thank you.
All right, moving to,
Okay, now on slide 22, there are a number of solar and electrification projects planned in the budget. This is under the category of conserved natural resources and environment. There are a couple at Southside Building, Basalt River Park Center, solar on the roofs. At the airport, infrastructure planned to be able to allow electric vehicle charging, and then one charging station with another charging station planned in 2024. And also at Public Works, replacing electric vehicle charging stations. So quite a number of projects there. With the microgrid, not very much is being spent in 2022. Most of that budget is being rebudgeted in 2023.
so John, real quick on the airport, electric vehicle stuff. Do we have the capacity, even if,
So my understanding, that's going to be part of the design,
Okay.
though, is that there was a conduit added under 82. So no, we do not have the capacity from the transformer that's at the airport now, but that we do have the ability to run some additional lines, is my understanding, that didn't exist
From the
before.
microgrid or from?
No,
from
just
somewhere
from
else
the
in
other
the
side of Highway 82. Yeah, however, Holy Cross's system is designed, but we had reached capacity with the electric that we had at the airport.
But we found
Some
maybe a
time
way we
ago.
can add a little capacity to do EVs.
Well, this is going to be pretty
Part of it.
significant capacity, and so this would be another probably line coming over under Highway 82.
So we have to be thinking of our plans for the airport.
We
broader
absolutely
plans
will
when
be.
we're planning
yeah.
this.
This is all separate from the microgrid.
Correct. These
Why?
these are
At this
different.
time, because they want to do the EV chargers sooner than later.
Yeah, these would be part of the infrastructure that would go on to the microgrid eventually, because it's going to be on the airport site. We're anticipating electrification of the airport facility, so that's something we already anticipated in the planning. We just, the board had inquired about our ability to do this type of electrification project, gosh, I think several years ago now. It might have been even before you were on the board, Francie. And at that time, we didn't have the additional lines. We did not have the capacity we didn't have the juice there at that facility to do additional charging. Since that new line has come in, we think we do, and we wanted to start to do that electrification process.
Is it just a conduit, or does it actually have a line in it?
Actually has a line in it. We run, yeah.
Okay, Steve?
Yeah, wanted to ask about the EV charging stations at Public Works. Are those obsolete? Are they damaged? Do they need to be moved to a different location, or what's happening there?
I'm not sure. I think they will bring that up during their budget presentation. It's on the fleet replacement schedule and is part of their overall plan for Public Works.
Okay, I will parking lot that and ask them when they're on the floor.
Okay, great. We'll remind you, Steve. All right.
Okay, other items in the budget and open space and trails, the bridge from Aspen Village to the Rio Grande Trail. This is another item that is being rebudgeted in 2023. In addition to that, there are $1.4 million in other open space and trails projects. In their budget presentation, they'll present their full work plan to you and walk through all of those projects.
With their new FTE on there.
They are requesting a new FTE, a new ranger position. At the Solid Waste Center, in the category of conserved natural resources and environment, they're looking at improvements to the stormwater pond, the retention and drainage there. And then well-planned and livable built environment. Community development has a number of one-time projects. The growth management, public process and outreach, short-term rental studies to see the impact, and code amendments also.
They're gonna come and explain to us why this is so expensive to have the growth management public process?
They will be coming and doing a full presentation.
Under responsibly
Questioning that, Francie?
The number.
Under responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets, the airport is going to work on a terminal design, and they have $3 million proposed in the budget for a design. The Translator Fund has a fiber project in the Crystal and Frying Pan River Valleys, and this would be planning and design for the fiber project. In the general fund facilities, they're looking at a future workplace planning and then also Public Works feasibility study.
Future workplace? For whom?
Yeah, so what it is really how we're using our space now. And so if we are moving to, certain positions operating more in those hybrid fashions versus those that have to be here, what does that mean for space usage? You can, share more desk spaces or hoteling kind of concepts and just make sure that the footprint of this facility is being used as efficiently as possible going forward.
Right, so that seems like that would be in revenue rather than expenditure if we're not filling all our spaces all the time.
No, we still have the employees, they're just not in the building.
Yeah.
No, but it's future workplace planning.
Yeah, so it's planning the physical spaces. Like, do you make changes to physical spaces to make them more efficient? Like, if you have more hybrid work and such, maybe you need less of a footprint than departments that have to have people in seats, all the time or present.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just don't understand.
We don't get any.
$200,000 for planning that, when we already have all these staff who have these spaces and can probably figure out their own spaces. And what kind of planning? Like a planner, you hire a planner?
It's more like a space planner architect kind of coming in and looking at our facilities on that and our infrastructure.
Okay,
Yeah.
We'll have a broader discussion.
apparently.
Don't look at me, I think that. I still think people should have personal effects so it doesn't look like we've been abandoned on the third floor. It's a little too neat and tidy.
Not in our corner.
Not in our corner.
So during 2022, the board has approved a couple of restructure changes that Rich Engelhardt brought to the board, and that is creating a new infrastructure and department and employee and housing and asset management. So there is a request for a new admin specialist to support these areas within the general fund. And you'll be hearing more information on that as we go through the budget meetings.
Yeah, they could be doing the planning as part of their salary.
Francie,
okay, it's okay.
I know it just takes a certain level of expert. Depends how you want it done. And I can take out some graph paper and a crayon and do it, or we can have a professional do
It
it.
would probably be great if you did. I'll be quiet now.
Well, it would be interesting if John did it, that's for sure.
Looking at the core focus area of livable and supportive community and a sense of personal and community safety, we have a few items planned in the
More
budget,
planning.
and these are just a few highlights. There's $250,000 in the capital fund for planning and design for a jail building, and this is a placeholder. When we look at the capital fund, you will see that we also have a placeholder for a building. General fund facilities, $520,000 to implement risk safety measures. There was a safety study that was done, and this would be then the funding to implement the results of that safety study in the actual physical buildings.
Will we be presented with the safety study? We've
Yeah.
had that come to us.
We would probably want to bring that back as a second or a separate work session rather than, because I think that would absorb a lot of the budget. But it's going to be egress improvements and those sorts of things. But
To all
we can
buildings
certainly-
or specific?
It's all buildings.
I think it includes all buildings.
Does it include maybe a door in that room next door, so people during elections can have an escape route?
Oh, that's one that we've talked about, and that's a non-weight bearing.
We set it up for windows, it wouldn't be hard to make it a door.
Correct.
So this is for all the county buildings?
Mhm.
Because I'm assuming that that was taken into consideration when this building was designed not too long ago.
It was, and a lot of those considerations have changed, right? We made a lot of compromises at that point that were geared towards being more open, and maybe we did not maximize some of the security elements versus open elements for our building, and I think given events and circumstances, there's greater concern.
It was a safer
maybe.
world then, you mean?
Yeah, so that it is different, and best practices do evolve over time in how you design the buildings and safety measures. But yeah, there were some compromises made, and I think some of those are getting revisited given things that have happened in the world and employee concerns.
Yeah, like I heard that there was talk about having the sheriff's office out front here, which I think was an interesting idea.
And we design the building and where departments are based on frequency of access. And so, and you know, obviously the sheriff's department having a connection to the jail and such in the back, and our highest touch department in this building is the clerk's office. And so we wanted that to be
Right up front.
the first thing that people saw. The sheriff's department tends to be number 2 on that list and had to be connected to the jail. And then you have the treasurer and assessor, which is why they're the first ones you see when you come up on the second floor, and then ComDev. And apparently no one wants to see a county manager and commissioner, so we're on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, and that's okay, they find us anyway.
Yeah.
By email mostly.
Try going to City Market in Aspen one day.
Oh, I don't.
I know.
You know, Francie, as far as the planning funding, I know that I can understand why that drives you nuts as like a small business owner person who does every job from top to bottom, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like one of my favorite sayings is go slow to go fast, you know, so that we like invest in the smart decision and then, you know,
Yes, I just feel like
fund the smart
know,
decision.
there's a lot of common sense that's goes into good planning, and it doesn't necessarily require having a planning degree and charging $150 an hour.
150
To
an
sit
hour.
somewhere else and think about that building over there, and I know it's all out of
You
control.
hired a planner to come in and redesign your freezer, right, Francie?
That was all.
That was you. Hope you paid yourself well.
Sorry, we digressed. Did you get Steve?
Did I get Steve?
He had his hand up.
Oh, no, Steve, did you have another question? His hand's down now. We got him, and it was
Okay,
about
good.
chargers.
Okay, thank you.
In the category of self-sufficient individuals and families, there's the Healthy Community Fund, which is looking at $3.9 million supporting community nonprofits and health and human services agencies. Included in that $3.9 million is $803,000 for public health and $574,000 for senior services.
You won't hear me complaining about that.
In the human services and public health funds, they are working together on a mental health project. And for this, they're looking at the addition of 2 term-limited FTEs. It would be 1 position in each fund, and each position with a 2-year term limit. And this would be to support mental health services in 2 different capacities. The funding would come entirely through partner contributions and a grant from the Healthy Community Fund, so there's no impact to these other funds. In the Public Health Fund, all term-limited COVID staff positions are budgeted to end by June of 2023. They have asked for a few different positions in the budget, but besides the mental health position, we have funding available for 1 additional ongoing FTE in public health.
And that funding available is out of the general fund?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got it flagged, don't worry.
Part of it is grant funding through grants that they're bringing in. They do have some new revenue, but then there's also the general fund support.
So it's a partial term limited, partial full-time. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, in essence,
need to
we
move on
do, we do kind of gap funding to, you know, cover what the state or other federal sources aren't funding, both in human services and public health,
Right,
in essence, yeah.
Just, I have history when we first started looking at public health, creating that department and what we were gonna do for full-time equivalents. And of course, COVID kicked us all out of whack on that, and now I think we need to,
So,
yeah, we'll talk about it.
yeah, so I would note that, you know, public health had been in front of the board, I think, talking about their reorg at one point, and this is fewer.
Next week, they'll be presenting their budget, and they have a lot of slides to present to you because they're going to walk through exactly that development, when they started as a fund and what they added and how it went through COVID.
Good,
and
because
so-
I remember how it
So they're
started,
going to
so-
walk through that whole process with
Okay.
you.
And do we have enough time allotted for that, or do they know how much time we have allotted for that?
It's actually like an hour, I think.
I think we may have enough time, I'm hoping.
Thank you.
In other areas, diverse and livable housing options, the Housing Fund is proposing $800,000 for employee deed-restricted housing acquisitions. This is a program that's been fairly successful. $500,000 for Phillips Mobile Home Park waste and domestic water system design. $380,000 for architectural design, and then $500,000 for potential housing acquisitions. We'll be looking at this budget again next week. And then for the general fund housing, we are making a change. We had our county-owned housing in the housing fund, and we have now separated out for the 2023 budget and are leaving the housing impact fee and all of the capital development in the housing fund and moving the operations into the general fund. So that is one change you'll see in the budget. So APSHA now, rather than transferring general fund money into the housing fund to pay for APSHA, is just simply in the general fund. It's a little simpler that way.
So in other words, any acquisitions or improvements or anything will stay in the housing fund, but the people who work in all that stuff will be in the general fund?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
So the proposed budget for APSHA is just shy of $600,000, and the county pays 50%, so our 50% is the $597,000, and they'll be here next week to present that to you. In other areas, general fund community relations, they have had 2 term-limited positions that will be ending in June 2023, and these positions have really been providing some important services for the county and the community, and they're asking to continue those 2 positions through the end of 2024, when there'll be time for the new manager to get a better sense of what's needed.
The new manager? Are we planning to replace
That's
you?
Marcy.
Oh, I thought we were planning to
Communications
replace-
manager.
Replacing you, John? We have a new manager?
Okay, so
It would be
this
the
is
first I've
community
heard of it.
relations.
What is community relations?
No, I said this is community relations.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct. So that's under Marcy. Yeah. And these are positions that were brought on really under COVID, and we've found, particularly with outreach to our Latino population and the support on social media and such, we'd like to keep that presence as we figure out, a longer term kind of structure and strategy. So,
And isn't she involved with the stakeholders, the growth advisory group as well? And
Correct.
that kind of
Marcy
thing?
is, yeah.
yeah.
And this has allowed that department to also cut back on consultants and other outside help and do it in-house.
Yeah, I like that.
In the library fund, there's a $50,000 proposed feasibility and design study for a library station in Snowmass Village, so they're starting to explore that option.
It's not gonna just be a drop box and a pickup box?
No, actually, they're looking at the opportunity. There's land available where the rec center is, and Snowmass is looking at some improvements to the rec center. So, can we partner to have even a real library branch at the rec center in Snowmass and create a real kind of community center
With
there?
staffing from our current facility or new staffing, or we don't know that yet?
Potentially with staffing or shared staffing, all of that is to be figured out.
Okay.
There are some models. The town manager there, Clint Kenny, has experience down in Fruita where they combined a senior center, library, and rec center, and it became a real kind of community hub. And I think they're interested in that opportunity, and the library has been interested in expanding their service footprint too. So it's a partnership opportunity. Land is the expensive part to a certain degree, and so if we have a partner on that, and we can share in development costs, then we figure out the staffing models and what that looks
Because
like.
Snowmass taxpayers pay the library district tax, don't they?
Yes.
That's what I thought, okay.
So this is $50,000 for somebody to see if it makes sense to do that?
It's a feasibility study, and that's going to be looking at footprint. So it's going to be looking at architectural feasibility. It's going to be looking at our operational feasibility. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I said, can we have a Dropbox and a pickup box? All right,
Could
next.
have gone into planning and design, obviously.
And it has gotten, Francie, more expensive in this current environment. It's true.
Well, especially in
Yeah.
Aspen.
Yeah.
In the prosperous economy core focus area, one of the success factors there is affordable and quality healthcare options, and there are a few ways that the county is addressing that. One is through the Healthy Community Fund. There is funding for Mountain Family Health Center, the BOCC clinic. And proposed in the budget is $113,000 in-kind support to cover part of their rent, and $100,000 for ongoing operational subsidy. In the health insurance fund, $121,000 as our contribution to the Valley Health Alliance. And this is really reducing a lot of the healthcare costs, and we see that benefit within our health insurance fund.
And I'd also note it's supporting the partnership too that we've had with Rocky Mountain Health Plans to bring another health plan into the market that has actually been reducing costs on the exchange also.
So Cigna and Allegiance, they run it, but they don't
They're-
fund it?
There
No,
are
so
third-party administrators.
They're administrators.
So Francie, they run our our self-funded program for county employees. The Valley Health Alliance is a partnership of, I believe it's now 6 large employers and growing actually, that started off about how do we bend our cost curve for us, and we've had some real success there and are going into new payment models actually with the docs. But we've also then worked to bring with the hospitals and such and Rocky Mountain Health Plans to bring an alternative so we don't have a monopoly in the valley on the exchange. And so now we've brought competition into the exchange with a plan that's offered by Rocky Mountain Health Plans that's using a lot of the VHA infrastructure around care management and the work that we've done with the providers to bring in a lower cost, high quality insurance option into the community that can be accessed by individuals and
By having
groups.
more participants.
It's partly having more participants, but it's really the work that we've done with the medical providers that allows them to still be able to make a profit while reducing their costs.
Okay, thanks.
And then we're gonna have a planner.
To see if it's a good idea to do this.
Sorry, John, I had to throw that out there.
Well, and this board invested a lot in
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of the R&D, quite frankly, to kind of get the Valley Health Alliance to a point over a number of years where we have just really started to see the results.
You were the
kind of
sweat
pass
equity in
through.
that one, John.
There
You
was some
worked
sweat
hard.
equity in that one, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move to,
Other items in the capital fund, $250,000 planned for server replacements. Fleet within the capital fund, $810,000 in replacement vehicles. No new vehicles planned in 2023, just the regularly scheduled replacements.
and he'll come and explain all of that to us.
Yes, they will. Also, $57,000 for BOCC meeting room equipment, a production system and broadcast machine.
Did you hear that, McKellar? It's 57,000.
57K, and that includes getting board members to be at the meeting tables, so we don't have to worry about all the technology, right?
You're gonna send the car
That's a
out to pick them
saving.
up?
That's a saving.
We
Yeah, it's
still have
called
to bro-
RAFTA.
We still have to broadcast.
Other items more focused on our employees, we have a 7% placeholder in the budget for wage adjustments. As you're probably aware, we've been in the process of doing a compensation and classification study to look at if our pay ranges are in the right place, how they compare to other market comparators that we're competing against for employees. So this is just a placeholder, probably not enough to fully implement the results coming out of that comp and class study, but at least it can be a start. The 7% may be split between cost of living adjustments, market adjustments, changing some ranges, possibly changing where certain positions fall, and matching that up better to market conditions. It will involve a living wage component, so there's a lot going on within that. We don't know yet just how much will be assigned to each particular area. This is a placeholder that we hope to be able to work within. Then on the health insurance, on the benefits side, as we mentioned, a 5% reduction in both the county and employee share of health insurance. And there are a few areas where we have some increased benefit offerings, and I think that will be rolled out in open enrollment. So those were just a few highlights. You'll be hearing a lot more in the coming weeks. The total proposed budget is $183.5 million. This shows how it's broken out between the different county funds. The general fund is the largest, with transit sales and use tax the second. A lot of the transit sales and use tax, if you remember, is pass-through sales tax. The airport is next, followed by open space and trails and road and bridge. And this is just a breakdown of the general fund budget. The proposed budget is $43.67 million, and this shows the different split between departments. Looking at the general fund 5-year plan and 2023 budget, we start with revenues. And we've walked through a number of the projections. Those are all applied to the numbers you see here.
Well, I'm sorry, can we back up to the
Yeah.
general fund expenditures? I'm sorry, I was just a page behind. Is public safety like the sheriff's department and our communications systems? And
It
that kind of thing?
includes the dispatch, the jail, detentions, and the sheriffs, yes.
Okay, thanks. Internal services, what's that?
That would be finance, HR, IT. Facilities I pulled out separately. I'd have to see what else is included. Let's see, manager and attorney I've got pulled out separately. So it may just be those three, but it feels like I'm forgetting someone in there.
That's okay, that's close enough.
It's
Thank
those
you.
departments we've stuck in that corner over there. Very internal in the building.
That the public never goes to see, so we're way back there.
If they do, if they get
Fleet.
lost. Yeah,
Would fleet be in there?
fleet's in its own,
No,
I
fleet
think.
is in its own fund.
Public Works.
That's where fleet is, I think. I think that's where fleet is, maybe.
No, Public Works is just the Public Works Administration.
But where would
And
fleet be
engineering.
that I'm not seeing? Because Kelly's
Fleet
right.
is in its own separate fund, and this chart here is just the general fund.
Oh, okay.
Okay, great.
So they literally have their own fund.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, in the 5-year plan, we look at a number of different years so that you have a way to compare when we're looking at the 2023 budget numbers. We have 2021 actual results. We have the 2022 initial budget, and then where we expect we will be at year end. So the 2022 year end estimate includes any supplemental requests that came through during the year, plus our estimates of either savings or extra revenue or shortfalls, whatever it may be. We then have the 2023 budget, and then we show 4 additional years, 2024 through 2027. Again, we want to make sure that what we're presenting to you in the budget is sustainable over time.
What are the little green clicks?
Those are just formula differences that unfortunately show up on the chart when I copy it over. We have our taxes, property taxes, sales taxes. We talked about our different projections there. Intergovernmental, which includes grants and any funding that comes through other governments. Payment in lieu of taxes is pulled out separately. Community development, fees and charges for services, and treasurer's fees we pull out separately there. And then the other categories. So total revenues, we're looking at a proposed budget of $44.3 million in the general fund.
How did licenses and permits go up by 515, I don't know, like 1,500% or something? Why did it go from 20,000 to 320,000?
I believe that's STRs, 300,000 in the
Exactly.
short-term rental licensing
Jen.
program.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Now, we probably, it obviously depends how those come in. We're running behind, and that's why we have, not expended the full amount on staff and vehicles that we had originally allotted against that 300. So this will net out at some point, but we want to get a full year's of experience with it to know where it's going to end up.
Okay.
Let's see, another area where you will see a jump in revenue, and now I'm trying to find it.
Interest income.
Interest income, yes, there's an increase. In the other revenue includes a number of things. It includes the contribution from E911 to dispatch. It includes in-kind rent and the rent at the Basalt River Park Center building. But it also includes now in 2023 the county-owned housing units rent.
Oh.
This was in the housing fund. Now in 2023 we're moving it into the general fund, so a change there.
So, but the expenditures will come out of the housing fund still?
No,
They'll come out
no,
of
the
this.
operational expenditures, the maintenance of the units, the
Okay, yeah,
property
okay, okay, I
management,
get it. Mhm.
all of that will be in the general fund also.
Okay.
Then on the expenditure side, and there's a lot on this, but it's just all the different categories: salary and wages, the benefits and health insurance, professional and technical services. Property services, here you see that jump of moving the housing units, their maintenance and property management, and in some cases paying HOA dues or whatever it may be, moving that into the general fund. So that's mainly the jump that you see there in that category. Other services contains a whole number of categories, anything from education and training to communications and advertising, and I won't go through the whole list. Supplies, different types of property acquisitions, other expenditures, and the other expenditures includes payments to other governments. So our payment to APCHA, our payment to district attorney is in there, in-kind rent, overhead, and also the general fund share of a risk allocation.
But not RAFTA.
No. No. Then you will see a line for one-time expenditures. And in 2023, you see the 2.1 million. So we've pulled out those one-time costs so that you could see that distinctly, and so that those one-time costs would not be inflated then through the out years of the plan, as they're just 2023 costs.
Oh, I see.
I see that.
Anticipated favorable budget variance. We usually have some position vacancies. And so what we've done is take 2% of the total payroll budget in the general fund and anticipate that we will have some savings. Sometimes, quite often, that is in positions. Sometimes it ends up being in some other expenditure line items also. This gives a total budget of $43.67 million. And then after that, we have some operational transfers. We have transfers in from other funds, a transfer planned for the ambulance operations if we end up needing that support in 2023. Transfers to other funds. These are operational transfers, not capital. The transfers for other funds mainly is for human services and public health, and it is roughly $1.3 million for each fund in support. When you take into consideration the operational transfers, we get an annual operating deficit in 2023 of $2.5 million. Again, this is very different from what we've presented to you in the past. If we were to take out the one-time costs and the transfer to ambulance, this would be a $175,000 surplus instead of a deficit.
And this is, by putting that in there and actually spending that money, that's part of the bringing down the surplus at the end of the fund balance at the end of the year.
That's
Okay,
correct.
thanks.
Yes. When we project out our costs and our revenues, you'll see that in 2024 through 27, we're projecting surpluses. So operationally, if it weren't for the one-time costs, we are balanced in the general fund. It's just a choice to use some of that surplus on one-time costs. Our average annual operating surplus, if you take all 5 years put together, is about $258,000.
It's about what?
$258,000.
Oh, I see it up there. Okay, yeah.
Then we do use fund balance for capital, and so we do have some capital transfers planned, $1,250,000 to the capital fund, $125,000 to the human services fund, and this is to complete the senior center renovation. We had $275 in 2022. The cost has increased to do that project, so we're bringing it up to a total of $400,000 between the 2 years. And then a one-time transfer to the translator fund for capital projects in that fund. All of this put together takes our unassigned fund balance from $14.4 million to about $10 million. And then applying what we have planned in the 5 years, both on the operations and capital transfers, we would, at the end of 2027, have $11.7 million in that unassigned fund balance. So over time, with these projections, it would be growing. Our total general fund balance goes from $21.7 million to $17.3 million in this plan. There are a lot of numbers there, questions.
Steve, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good. This is like the 10th year I think I've done this, and I
Bless you.
understand it pretty well by now.
Francie?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Kelly? I think we answered them pretty much as we went along, so, and thank you for being patient with us as we answered a lot of other questions.
Carry on, we carry on.
Yes, we did good.
Okay,
Okay, anything else?
So this is a visual presentation of the general fund and capital fund balances. So the two green sections together, we have the Tabor at the bottom and then the operating reserve and contingency. These two sections together make up that 16.7% of our operating expenditures. And those get adjusted over time, so as our costs grow with inflation, we expect that those buckets within the fund balance will also be growing. The yellow section is those restricted fund balances, like tipsy-taxi. Then the blue section is the unassigned general fund balance. The red is the capital fund. Now this chart, just looking at it, seems similar to what it's been in other years, just the shape of it and how it looks. But it's quite surprising seeing the numbers on the side. If we were to look at this from a few years ago, in fact, I pulled out an older one for John, and 15,000 was the very top mark on the charts. So it looks similar. It's just about 10 million more than what it's been in the past.
That.
So just to give a visual representation of those fund balances that are there. So again, this is the overall budget that we're presenting to the Board of County Commissioners for 2023. There will be some changes. In fact, there have already been a couple of changes out of the Open Space and Trails Board meeting that happened just this last Thursday that are not captured here. As we go through the budget process, we'll take the board's input into consideration and the decisions you'll be making. We'll make adjustments as we go along and then have the final version ready in December for your approval and adoption.
Um, I guess I'm wondering, is there, and I'm sure Anne has a wonderful answer for this, but is there more detailed information related to sales tax revenue? Because, you know, I mean, oh my goodness, like our budget is $21 million more than it was last year as a total. Okay, thank you, because I really am like, oh my gosh, like families are suffering through inflation, you know, they're paying tax on things they're buying. We are getting $21 million more, which is on top of, you know, the $20 million more, you know, from the year
And
before.
that's just the tax on the expenditures.
Well,
Just
right,
think of
I
the
mean, I'm
value of the
talking about just the total
expenditures.
budget,
know.
so, you know, I'm really, like, I'd love more information on this, how the sales tax is getting generated. I think maybe a conversation related to, are there ways for us to soften this climate for people who need it, should be part of how we think about this really large amount of discretionary funding that is, held, I think, in fund balance for 2023. So that's, I really think we have a responsibility to think about those questions. And I feel a responsibility to think about those. So understanding more how the sales tax is generated is gonna help me think through that more thoroughly.
Yeah, for me, it wouldn't be so much a matter of trying to, you know, change the sales tax and how it's generated, but how we use the tax dollars that
Well,
are
no,
generated.
but that's not, but for me, understanding who is paying it,
Yeah.
what is it getting levied on, is gonna help understand why so much of it is being generated, and if that is being generated, you know, from really appropriate ways that like completely everyone's paying their way and should continue to pay their way, great. If we're seeing that those sales tax are being levied by people who are maybe struggling, then it's just a helpful way to identify like whose pockets is the money coming out of, and should we be thinking about whose pockets some of the money should go back to through how we
Right,
provide
right.
services
Well,
in the community.
Yes, I think it's a really good example of distribution of wealth if we do it right.
Well,
So hopefully
Yeah,
wealthy people
I don't want a
are spending
regressive
more
program
money.
at all, you
Yeah,
know?
I mean, I'm just assuming that wealthier people are spending more of the money, they're
Mm-hmm.
submitting the taxes, and then we allocate the taxes to help those who need it. That's the way
Right,
I
Well,
like
right.
to
that's
see
what,
it.
those would be my goals as
So
well.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when you get your sales tax numbers, it's broken down into categories. So you'll see fine wines and furs, and you'll see
That's what
grocery
I wanna
store.
see, so I'm
There-
thrilled
that's
that we
all
get this.
documented, and I'm sure that,
It's not
this
broken
is gonna
down
show us.
quite at that level.
It's very, some of it's confusing, but it is a start to the breakdown. It does show you where the dollars of revenues are coming from in general broad-based categories.
We cut you off, Ann, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, you'll see when we get to it, but I mean, our biggest generator is our hotels. So a lot of tourism. Colorado's sales tax is exempt on food, and groceries, energy. So the people that are having a hard time paying living here are receiving those or not having to pay tax on those services or products.
And I think they're waiving the sales tax on diapers. It's coming up at the state level.
I'll have to look into that one for
Yeah,
you.
I think it was enacted actually, and I don't know when it takes place, but,
I consider that an essential good.
yeah.
But when you say food, you just mean groceries, like you pay tax on restaurant food, right? So
Correct.
it's just at the grocery store.
Grocery store.
Right.
Thank you, I look
Hopefully
forward
it's
to it.
working that
Okay.
way, Kelly.
So,
Okay, so I think we've touched on a number of the different areas of the strategic plan, and we'll be seeing more in the upcoming meetings. We have meetings scheduled every week between now and November 15th, and you can see the schedule here on the slide. We will then have first reading of the budget resolution and mill levy certification on December 7th, followed by December 13th, final adoption. So that's what we have planned coming up. Any additional questions before I pass it off to Liz for her presentation?
No, but that was fabulous as always, Connie. Really
Okay.
amazing.
so we're done, and we're gonna take a vote tomorrow at our regular meeting.
I do have
And
a
give you
question.
guys the next 2 months off.
Can I flag something?
Yeah.
I haven't looked far into December, but I just want to flag the CCI conference, and if many of us are planning to go, to make sure we do that final budget cert and get it scheduled to not conflict.
I'm not going to the CC conference, so I'll just vote for everybody and move it on.
Yeah, I'll take a look and see if
Yeah.
that's on the.
Okay.
We run into this every year.
Steve,
so
are you
let's run
good? We're
into
gonna
it
move
earlier.
to Liz now, and we're gonna find out how we can find out all the other things we need to find out.
We can take a little break?
Yeah, I'm
Thank you,
good.
Connie.
We can take a little break?
We have a break after Liz. Is that okay?
Just Jones in for some coffee.
Well, Liz has been waiting here patiently, so you can run and get coffee.
It's right in there, that room.
We'll go run and go get a
I have
cup.
to work the damn machine and the
No.
whole thing. It's not like picking up a pot, going like that.
All right, Liz, thank you for being patient.
Actually, if I may, could I give a little introduction to
Oh, you
this whole
certainly
subject
may.
matter? So, Ann Driggers, Finance Director, Treasurer, and Public Trustee. So, Liz and I just passed our 6-year anniversary of starting work here at Pitkin County.
Oh, wow.
And
Congratulations, ladies.
one of the projects that, our whole, job was to kind of really modernize and bring a lot of the county systems up to date. And we've taken a lot of time, and you'll see in our budget presentation over the last 5 years of implementing new systems, the ERP, which Liz was the leader on and did an amazing job. But some of the projects that we had visions of 6 years ago, we had to put on the back burner because we had to kind of really get the whole systems up to speed and modernized. And this is one of those projects that we envisioned right at the beginning, and now we're so excited to actually present it to you because I think it'll provide much better information to not only you but also the general public, provide a lot more transparency and reporting capabilities. So kudos to Liz for implementing the ERP and now working on OpenGov, and so I'll let her take it away, but thank you, Liz, and thank you all for supporting finance through all of these system updates we've been doing for the last 6 years.
Thank you.
Okay, Liz, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very excited to show you guys a demonstration of OpenGov. OpenGov is a public transparency portal. It is a system that is only used by governments, hence the name OpenGov. And it's a really exciting platform that we are getting, basically we're ready to launch to the public to be able to basically allow the public better access to our financial information. So they will be able to come in here and look at the budget, for instance, and see more detail on the budget, as will you guys. They will be able to see our budget versus actuals going back for several years. We have data going back to 2020 available in this system, so you'll be able to see original budget, revised budget, and actuals. So you can actually see right here on the screen that I have pulled up at the moment that our 2023 proposed budget is actually under the 2022 revised budget. So that was a question that was asked earlier today. So this portal allows people to very easily see information. Sorry, let me hide this thing. So this is what OpenGov looks like. It allows you to kind of see the breakdown of our revenues, our expenses. You can see information by revenue or expense types. You can see it by fund. You can see it by department. So it allows you to, a lot of those questions that you guys were asking or you wanted more information on, you'll be able to actually go in here and look that information up whenever you want to. And so will the public when they want to look up this information. So right now we have, I have pulled up what the portal will look like when we allow access to the public. They will have access to a couple of reports that I've built over here on the left-hand side, and you will see that we have the 2023 budget. So right now I have the 2023 proposed budget compared to the 2022 original and revised budgets, the year-to-date actuals for 2022 and 2021. This information is tied directly to our ERP system, so it's tied to Munis, and it gets updated each night. So it is always real-time data, or as real-time as last night. So any transactions that may have happened today wouldn't be in there, but anything that's happened as of yesterday would be in this system, and it happens automatically. If you want to dig into things, it's as easy as clicking through the information. So if you want to see how much we spend in purchase services, you just click on purchase services, and now you can see a breakdown of purchase services and what makes up. So 65% of our budget for 2023 purchase services is professional services. And you can reset it back to where you were originally. You can create new filters. So on the left-hand side here, we can see right now we're broken up by expense type, but maybe I want to see it by fund instead. So if I change that to fund, I can see how our expenses are split by the funds. This also lets you really easily change how you're viewing the data. So maybe you don't like a bar, a bar chart, and maybe you prefer a pie graph. You can easily switch to a pie graph and see the data for 2023 by fund. Sorry, my computer's a little small. Let me make it a little bigger. That made it smaller. Sorry.
It's good. We can.
Okay.
We got it.
All right. If you wanted to look at it in a line graph a little bit hinky when you compare it to budget, so it's a little bit weird. So that's not necessarily my recommendation.
Actually, they're not continuous lines in reality.
There you go.
Discrete.
Exactly.
It's discrete pieces of information.
But you can change the way that you're looking at the information. At the bottom here, it has all of the numerical information. So if you want to see, what the numbers are, we can see that 48 million of the 23 proposed budget is general fund. If I want to see specific funds, I can expand the special revenue fund and see, what we're spending on healthy rivers and streams, or what we're spending in the transit sales and use tax. So basically the numbers that Connie has just presented to you, you can also see through this new portal that we're gonna have available, and see all of the information that Connie has presented. I have also added a portal under the stories section that has the 2023 budget homepage. So everything that she's presented so far today, and then as she's presenting those focus areas going forward, we will add additional links on here for that information as that becomes available. So the presentations and the charts and all of the information that is getting presented will also be available for easy access through this portal as well. The budget schedule is on here, and then just kind of some information, the strategic plan, the process, and the calendar is all on this homepage. But then you can also get access to the budget message that is in your binders. So that is available here with highlights of, the various areas. And things like the budgeted revenues. So we want to see more information about your revenue for supporting core services that we were talking about
Nice
earlier.
picture of the roses.
Thank you.
I love those roses.
Yeah, I do too. Oh, sorry. Need that one. You can see information about the core services. So for those core services that Connie was talking about earlier, which are the General Fund, Capital Fund, Human Services Fund, and Public Health Fund, and Road and Bridge Fund, thank you. These are what makes up the revenues. And so if you want to see more information about taxes, I can see that 42% of the revenues for those funds comes from taxes, but maybe I want to see what taxes, what is that made up of? I can click on this and see that taxes, 59% of that comes from the 2% county sales tax, and 38% comes from the property tax. So it just allows you to kind of more easily see, and I think it's kind of more digestible, seeing financial numbers, because not everybody is a finance professional like Ann, Connie, and I are. So I think it's kind of an easier way to provide information. We're also building out dashboards for each department as well, so that they, department heads and supervisors, managers can more easily see information for their department, but we will also be making those dashboards available to the public. as we kind of get those rolled out. I'm meeting with department heads right now to get those built. I've probably built, gosh, maybe 10 or 15 of them at this point. Yeah, and then we'll kind of, as those are getting finalized, it will not only have financial information, but it's also going to have kind of more operating information as well. So for instance, on the airport dashboard, we're actually going to go to the airport advisory board and ask what it is that they would like to see and kind of build it from there. But we've already got some information, built onto our test case, I guess we'll call it. And that would be things like enplanements and deplanements, being able to see operations month over month. Being able to see the number of car rental days per month, so being able to kind of see more of the what behind each of the departments, not necessarily the budget or the revenues or the expenditures, but kind of seeing more about the operations of each department as well. So that is something that will get rolled out through the fall and will be added onto the same page as those become available. The other thing that I am in the process of building is a sales tax report. And so the sales tax report will have the information that you were talking about, Kelly. And I'm still in the process of building it, but here is our sales tax year to date by the different categories. So we can see that accommodations has made up $11 million of our sales tax year to date so far. The other big one is for restaurants and bars. So that's a big one. And then clothing and luxury goods. So we've kind of taken those categories and broken them out. We can't break them out too far where they provide specific information, but we've been able to kind of break them out to be able to provide better information and to both our decision makers and to the public as well. So that is still in the works, but I am making a lot of progress there. So I would expect that to be, I'm trying to get that done by the end of the month.
And then is there further opportunity to break down like goods versus services versus some other category?
So almost all sales tax is on goods.
I wasn't sure if you were tracking with like Aspen, if they charge on use.
So we do.
Services.
So yeah, use tax is separate. So that's not built into our sales tax.
I meant to say services. Not
Okay.
use. Sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
But we do also have it broken down. I don't have it in this report, but I have another report that shows it by jurisdiction, so we can actually see the breakout of City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, Town of Assault, and then unincorporated Pitkin County. It even goes so far as to show sales tax by actually, our unincorporated towns. So we can see it by like Meredith and Old Snowmass and Woody
Redstone.
Creek.
So these are
Redstone.
these include all the municipalities within the county as well as unincorporated county.
Yep. So it's all sales tax that is collected for the county. So it's, which we collect sales tax for everything within the county for all jurisdictions. Well, all jurisdictions have to pay the sales tax, that is the Pitkin County sales tax.
So the numbers go back only for budget to 2021, because the system was started.
2020.
2020.
Yes, we can provide earlier data, but that was pre-Munis, and so
Right, it's
a little bit hard to compare apples to apples. So we were first full year in Munis in 2020, so that is the information that is currently readily available to the public.
Okay. And did you already, maybe I missed it, because I was excited to see it, how the public will be able to, and how we can find it and access it?
Yes, so I did not talk about that, thank you. We are going to create a new icon on the Pitkin County website. Marcy is going to be helping me with that. Sorry, I'm not used to having these. It will also be on the finance website within the Pitkin County website, but over here on this left-hand side, we're gonna add
there'll be
another icon at the bottom.
And just click on it and go.
Exactly. And then you can just dig around and click through to your heart's content. You can't mess anything up. It is all.
So if I'm on it for 12 hours and you can track it, It wasn't because I fell asleep after the first hour and didn't turn my computer on. It's because I was so
Or
enthralled.
at 2 in the morning.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
The other
All
great
night.
thing is that if you don't know like what you're doing, the first time you come into this website, it'll pop up with a dialogue that says, "Would you like some help guiding you through how to use this portal?" And you can say either, "No, I just want to mess around with it," or you can say, "Yes, I would like some guidance," and it will kind of guide you through what you can do here. There's also this help button up here for people to use. So it has a how-to, a welcome screen. It has multi-fund accounting 101 for those people who might not understand why we do
Do I
fund
get
accounting.
college credentials for that? I mean, college credits for that?
And then they can also contact us. So if they have questions or they need help or something's going on, they can contact us through that contact Picken County. And then you can also, if you get to some place where you're like, oh, look at how cool this information is, or whatever it is that you want to do, you're able to share the information. So you can share it Facebook, Twitter, email. You can get an image of it, or you can download it to a spreadsheet.
I love this.
So next year, we're gonna do the whole budget in this process, and you guys can take your 2 months off, right?
We are planning to kind of definitely do some more of the budget book building in this portal next year. Instead of having like a PDF budget book, we're gonna have basically the budget book built through this process for the 2024 budget is our goal.
So we better start practicing now.
Yes.
No, it's not available yet. End of the month, some of the levels will be available, and we'll just keep adding to it as we.
Exactly.
This is amazing.
Yes, I'm really excited. Departments have been really excited. And actually, there is one more thing. Sorry, Kelly. Just
You got plenty of time.
Oh, yes, I will show the views in just a second. Here, this is the pop-up. I don't know why it didn't show up the first one, but this is the pop-up you'll get when you come in. And so you can either take a tour or you can just get started. But this is a really cool report that that we've created, and it shows the capital projects for the 2023 budget by location, by amount. So you can see that the bigger the funding or the capital project, the bigger the bubble. But it shows where those bubbles are located.
I assume that's the airport.
Yes, there's things at the airport. There are things, the
little one
microgrid
is-
project is there. So basically, if I click on one of these,
That's just so cool.
I
That's
can
the river park.
see that there's the bridge
yeah,
that Open Space and Trails is doing at the Gerbosdale.
Mrs. Stutzman, Dolores Stutzman's bridge.
And then you can zoom yourself back out. And you can click on the next one and see where they are all located. And then the information is also down at the bottom as well.
That's cool.
What Anne was also talking to is that all of these reports also have what are called views in them. This is the lower left-hand section over here. So you don't necessarily have to create your own filters. I've already gone through and created like hundreds of views in between these other reports. So this one only has a couple views. So we have the bubble map, but we also have a heat map. So you can see, again, kind of the concentration of funds in the different areas of the valley. And then, this is a different view. This is just showing the numerical information by the different funds. So views kind of allow you to see just different information within the same report. So within the 2023
Can you go back to
budget-
the bubble?
Oh, yep, sorry.
There's a bubble in the crystal. I don't know what
I
that.
think that's the Redstone Park.
Crystal Fiber Project.
Oh, the Crystal Fiber Project.
Okay.
Oh, so open space and trails stuff isn't on here, or it's
It
just
is.
so? It is.
We only have one that we actually had for basically it's the ones that have the capital project forms. Those are the ones that are
So
included
it's
in here. It's the
Aspen Village
bridge.
Bridge.
Yeah.
This is 2023 budget, and
Yes.
there's projects going on right now, so
Oh.
it'll be in 2022.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, thank you.
It's very cool.
God, that's so cool.
Kelly, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was gonna request maybe early in the first quarter, a walkthrough of the departmental, maybe we put a half hour.
Dashboards? Look
Yeah.
at her.
Sure, Kelly, anything you want.
Once those go, once those
Got
go
your little
live.
book.
Yeah.
First quarter tends to be pretty light,
I will
I
put
think
that on
that
my
would be super
calendar to add that
interesting.
to a work
Yeah,
session
yeah.
for you guys to show you that. Some of them will be on the website before then, as long as you guys
Sure.
are okay with
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
But they will, yes, we'll come back and I can kind of show you some more of the information that we have available at that time. And the other thing with views that you can see, so this is the 2023 budget report. You can see on the left-hand side here that there are many, many, many views. And there'll be more views as we kind of go into more project or basic, sorry, not more projects, as we get further into the budget cycle, because like as we do like the livable and supportive community, those views will be kind of added onto here and so on and so forth as we move forward. But if I wanted to see, you know, the revenue, public safety budget, this shows, you know, the breakout of those public safety entities that we were talking about earlier as well. So there's just a lot of information that is available here, and I have found it's very user-friendly, but if anybody is needing help, like I said, use the help tools or contact us, and I am happy to help anybody on this.
Thank you.
Cool.
Any other questions?
I'm good. Steve, did you have any questions?
No questions. I actually was able to pull this up on my computer right now. But I think the easiest way would be just to have a link on our Pickens County website to click on that, and that would be the way that most people would be accessing this, right?
Yep, exactly.
And they will have one on the homepage of the county's website. On the left-hand side, you just have to click on the little icon that'll say OpenGov.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Marcy comes up with.
Yeah. We'll know what that means. We don't know if the rest of the public will know what that means,
Yes,
but we'll have to
exactly.
work on that.
Yep.
Francie?
That's just so cool.
Yeah.
Really
Kelly?
great.
No, I'm psyched, yeah.
I love the combination of numbers and graphics.
You just love numbers,
Well,
flat
I
out.
do, but I particularly like them with graphics.
Yes.
I like the bubbles. The little bubbles on the highway.
I know, as soon as I saw that report, the great thing is that this is a widely used tool, and anybody else who is using this, their reports are also public, anything that they've made public. And so I basically saw that one in particular available on somebody else's, and I was like, how do I do this?
Yeah.
And they were able to help us do that. So
How do we
that's
do
what's
bubbles?
great.
It's like we have little champagne bubbles going down the highway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody feels like that on
there's-
the highway, though.
Yeah, no, they should be.
Anne asked how many governments are using it. I believe there's over 10,000 governments who are using OpenGov.
We
right
have
now.
10,000 governments?
We have close to 90,000 in the United States
Yeah.
between districts, yeah,
And they all
districts,
work-
counties.
1,000
Oh,
some
we
odd
are so
counties alone.
insignificant.
And they all work so well together.
And I'll be happy to give the federal papers explanation as to why that happened, but not now.
That's a Thursday afternoon
Yeah.
discussion, John. After bubbles.
Well said.
Okay, anything else? We're good?
Nope, that's all I had.
That was
Congratulations.
fabulous, Liz. Thank you.
Connie, since we have some more time, do you have anything else from budget you wanted to add that you forgot? And Anne, we hope you're healing well. It's nice to see you. And I'll touch base with you and John about the other issue if I need help with the going before ACRA to give a little explanation of the ambulance district ballot question. Okay. We now, board, have a break. So we'll take 15. We'll be back a little early, which is good. Is that because we have lengthier discussions this afternoon we need to add to? Does that sound okay, guys?
Yeah.
I think we only have time for 10.
Want 10 minutes?
Well, our next item is 3:45, future agenda.
Oh, we only have, oh, really?
Yeah, I was trying to make up time, so I made you.
Thank you.
I was giving you an hour. Okay, we have a 10-minute break and then we'll be back.
I mean, I could use a longer break, but we have a lot of open discussion.
We don't have any open discussion today. welcome back. Today is Tuesday, October 11th, 2022, continuation of the work session of the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. And we are doing our open discussion. And Mr. Peacock, which item would you like to open with?
Do we want to do open discussion first? I am happy to do that. So we have a couple letters of support that I believe have been distributed to the board, both email and hard copy. They may even be in front of you right now. The first is a letter of support for Starwood for a fire mitigation grant. This did come through Greg. I believe it's been supported by the Aspen Fire Department. This is a state program and grant program that's available to HOAs and neighborhoods and such wanting to do fire mitigation projects. I think staff would recommend at this point, supporting the grant application that is in the rural-urban interface. And as we know, it can be difficult to get HOAs to agree on fire mitigation projects.
Yeah, I don't have a problem supporting it, but it's another one of those, it's like supporting grant money for the folks up on Red Mountain. But I think if it can get some work done, if the board's comfortable, we can just have it put on letterhead for
I don't see any
the
numbers.
signature.
Yeah, this letter needs
Yeah, there's
some
no,
work.
they're right, there's no numbers. How much is the grant? How much are we?
Yeah, and this came from the HOA, I think, and we can try and track that down.
Yeah, Francie, that's a good point. We should at least know that, but
How can we approve it?
that's a good question.
Well, so you aren't, I think what they're looking for is support for them to apply, that we support them applying for a
okay,
grant for the state.
so we
So
don't
it's
really
not,
rely on that.
it's not us receiving the money, it's not us appropriating the money.
Perfect, fine.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with that. Let's go for it. I don't know why people in Starwood need grant money, but
Yeah, but if we can get them to get the work done, if they get some dollars in their pocket, then that's better than nothing.
Well, and I will say it does help when we demonstrate, money that we've advocated for at the legislature that we're actually trying to
Mitigate
drive
fire.
down regionally. I'm a little concerned about some of the this letter has to be written by us, because this says, organization name, I don't know if that's supposed to be Pitkin County commits to providing technical assistance, blah, 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 and I'm not sure we're
We'll
doing
clean it
that.
up for my signature, put on letterhead.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, one down, 45 to go.
oh, sorry,
Wait,
Steve.
wait, Steve, yeah, sorry.
I would imagine that some of the people, the wealthy people who live in a place like Starwood would be adverse to having any vegetation management near their houses. And if this will kind of incentivize them to actually do some fire mitigation, I think that would be a good thing for the community. They'll feel like they have to go along with the rest of the HOA rather than resist and not do the vegetation management and then have a catastrophic fire up there, which we don't want to have happen.
No, I agree,
So that would
Steve.
be a good reason to support this, even though they're wealthy enough to have it done and everything.
Well, Steve, I'm just hoping that they're not asking for the grant money because there's members of their association who don't want it done and who will not have it done. I'm hoping it has been approved by the association to do what needs to be done. We saw that up on Red Mountain where people didn't want the ditch put in a culvert because they would lose their vegetation and their privacy, so they weren't supporting the monies. So WAPA, which is the Root Eye Water and Power Authority.
Yeah, and this is actually one I'd suggested we just deal with in budget. They have a fairly modest increase proposed to RWAPA dues. Typically, we take dues increases for all of our membership organizations as part of the budget increase. Of course, if the board would like to have April come in separately, we can do that. It's just a difficult time to try and schedule that. And gotta look up what the increase was.
It's
think
a 2,450. It increases our dues to a total amount of 8,500.
Exactly, and so it's a significant percentage increase, but not a significant dollar increase, and I'm not sure. Right now, I would recommend just including that in our budget discussions.
Yeah,
but,
because I like to look at all of the
yeah.
fees that we pay when we're trying to decide. But I don't necessarily think we'd have a problem with this.
Nobody signed it.
No, I don't know what do we,
I guess it's April.
this is actually the letter
Yeah.
to Glenwood Springs, so it's not even technically a letter to us, but, so what do we have to do?
Approve.
I think Greg was hoping to get it in front of the board, I think, quickly so that he could communicate board support.
In truth, if I can interrupt, sorry,
Yeah.
John, that.
Go ahead.
This was a draft letter to the RWAPA directors, you know, that she had intended to tailor to each jurisdiction, so I don't think this was the
No, 'cause
final
there's
that
some- there's some
April
weird-
thought was gonna come to us. We're getting like the preview, but, you know, the meat is the same.
So,
Yeah.
but my question is, what are we doing with it today? If we're gonna look at it as part of the budget, we're just saying, thank you very much? We saying we support this, or we saying what, and who do we get back to?
You just tell me if, you're okay including this as part of our budget discussion, and we'll communicate that back.
I think
And-
that's the direction I'm seeing from the board.
Our intent would
Okay.
be to include it.
Happy to advocate for the 8,500 then, but I will advocate for the 8,500.
All right, so next
April's
we
worth her weight
have,
in
And then, last letter of support is one, Kelly, I believe that you brought to our attention, and so you're probably better to speak to it, but it's for Healthy Rivers and Streams and Stream Snowpacking Grant.
Yeah, so chatting with Lisa Tasker yesterday, this came through her, and I said, get it in front of the board for open discussion, because the Airborne Snow Observatory is going to the River District to request some of their community funding, community partnership funding, to fund their project to do flyover snow assessments, snowpack assessments. And their grant is due on the 18th, and so that's why I'm bringing it to you this week, because I just
We
got
got
it
a letter,
yesterday
right?
and thought it'd be helpful if we let them know if we will submit a letter of support, because we have to submit a letter of support as part of the grant making rules by the River District. At our insistence, we wanted the counties to be able to approve the water projects and funding in their districts. And so I would recommend that we support this, and the arguments for that were, April had articulated in her support letter from RWAPA.
so I support it, so we can just have it, and I support the way it's written. So if we just have it put on letterhead for signature, I will be around. Today, tomorrow, I can swing by Thursday morning, if need be. Is that okay?
Is that good with you guys? You good?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next, open discussion, sir.
Well, that was what I had for open discussion. Can I go to future agendas?
Let me
Can I
see.
ask a quick question before you do? So before we get off of discussion? Do you know about Wonder School, Kelly? The organization that's working on providing childcare across the state? Well,
Haven't
I've
heard
gotten
it.
several requests to have a conversation with them, and so I'm gonna talk with them on Friday at 11. And I'm assuming that it's, I don't know if it's a for-profit. I haven't been able to quite figure it out, but apparently they've been pretty successful in expanding childcare in New Mexico, and so anyway, I'm gonna talk with
It's
them. I thought you might
interesting
have
that
heard of
it
them.
didn't come through one of our organizations.
Forwarded it on to Kids First, but,
Yeah, and maybe we should ask Ashley if she's heard of them.
oh yeah, I did send this to Ashley.
And what are
You did send it to Ashley?
Did you get a thing from Wonder School? All I know is Wonder Bread, and I think they don't even sell at the grocery store anymore, so,
Yeah, I sent it to Ashley. She said, thank you for sharing. I'll reach out and learn more.
okay.
Okay,
Just
I'll
keep us
write
in
to
the
her.
loop, because I've never
I
heard
mean,
of
I'm
them
happy
either.
to join you by phone if that's helpful at all, but.
I don't,
Driving
I
back
don't know,
from
let me
Pueblo.
find out.
Okay.
I can't imagine why I wouldn't be, but,
I'm gonna be hanging out with all those preschools in a pumpkin patch.
which Ashley is Ashley?
Ashley
Ashley Pearl
Pearl.
upstairs.
Thank you. There there's quite a few Ashleys.
Okay, anything else quickly on open discussions before we've got 3 minutes before we have our invited guests here?
Yeah, I got one.
Steve, please.
We got a letter referring to a minimum stream flow for Little Elk Creek. I am very skeptical about the state doing a minimum stream flow on Little Elk Creek. Virtually all the water that flows in there is water from irrigation ditches, which is diverted from Capitol Creek. The creek doesn't even go all the way through from top to bottom anymore. Most of the water goes into one irrigation ditch and is just removed completely from the stream for a big part of the summer. And there was an indication that Rob Veal from the state would be talking to us about this on November 9th.
That's right.
But I just wanted to let everyone know that I am skeptical about this, and if we were voting on it today, I would vote against it. So I think we need to spend some time studying this. I don't think it's just a slam dunk thing, because the minimum stream flows sounds good, that it is good. In this case, I'm really skeptical about it, and I don't think that the situation in the creek merits doing a minimum stream flow at all.
John, why are they coming to us on November 9th? It's got to be for more issues than this.
It's from the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and it came through the attorney's office. Laura thought that it
So
would
this
be
is
good to.
this is the meeting we've been trying to set up for a while.
No, it's specific to the Little Elk Creek
Oh, it is?
conversation and the letter that was sent to
Do
you.
we
yeah.
need to speak with legal counsel before that meeting?
I don't think so. I don't think that, I think the discussion was making sure we had somebody from the Water Conservation Board here to explain the issue of the minimum stream flow
Well, I just
to the
asked if
board.
it got sent through Laura. Why didn't it get sent through legal counsel if we don't need legal counsel?
Well, I think Laura thought that it would be good for the board to hear that, and then the board can decide
Okay, then we
on
can decide.
action.
So we,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
Yeah, and
Steve, I thought the letter,
totally could-
I thought
totally
it was
could affect-
about
Wait, one at a
conserving the
time,
water.
guys.
I thought it was about conserving the water in Little Elk Creek. And so I'm wondering why you would oppose that it was gonna have some restoration work and trying to keep a minimal flow above, I don't know, 0.6 in the winter, whatever it was.
Well, this could have an effect on the application for the 3 ponds on the one property right by the confluence with Capitol Creek. But the minimum stream flow, it goes all the way from up at the Ruperts. All that water you saw flowing through the Ruperts was not Little Elk Creek. That was just an irrigation ditch coming from Capitol Creek, for instance. So I'm skeptical about this CWCB's water right application for minimum stream flow. And it could totally affect the application on the 3 ponds down there that is also an issue. And
Why
Laura
don't-
can explain that to us better than
Yeah.
I could for sure.
Yeah, let's wait to discuss it in depth until we have the presentation on the 9th, at which time
Okay.
we can decide if we need to have legal counsel before, and we can't officially make a decision that day anyway, it'll be a work session.
Can I ask for clarification? So the application is from BLM to the CWCB. Why isn't the BLM coming to present this to us?
Because it's on their land.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm confused by this. But-
I'm gonna
Happy to
ask-
listen
yeah,
on
Run
the
by
9th.
Laura, ask her that question.
So one more, super sad news, Lenny Klinglesworth was on the, is Wolf Stakeholders Group with me. And he was not out on his range where he has his cattle, and there were 18 600-pound calves killed along about a mile stretch. And initially, the CPW thought it looked like wolf kill, but I've been talking with Lenny, and it seems highly unusual for the small amount of wolves that we know that we have in the state to take down 18 cattle. But it's pretty terrible news for his family. It's pretty terrible
Where
news
is
for
this?
wolf reintroduction. He lives right outside of Meeker.
Oh,
So anyway, just a little update on that. Super sad.
yeah. that's a
Did you hear
lot of-
about that, Steve?
That's a lot of beef. Okay, we
Yeah,
have
I did
guests here
hear
in the
about
room,
that.
so I'm cutting us off. So please, would you please come forward, sir, and introduce your guest? We can welcome her. And just so you know, you have to have a mic right in front of you, and the red light needs to be on. And you can pick the mics up and move them around. They are movable.
You just hit the button there.
And then focus the mic towards you. Grassroots gets really picky about where our mics are. Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. All right.
All right, well, thank you. So this is actually the preparation meeting for the October 27th EOTC meeting. But before we get into that, as you noted, we do have Linda Dupriest here. She is going to be replacing me in this position as Regional Transportation Director. So my last day with the county will be this Friday. Linda does come to us from the city of Glenwood Springs, where she was transportation lead there. She's got great experience, 25 plus years of experience in both the private sector and the public sector in multimodal transportation planning. So I think that she brings to you a great depth of experience, and I think that she'll be a great asset for you moving forward.
Well, welcome to you.
Thank you.
Did you guys work together at all down in Glenwood?
We worked together periodically.
A little bit.
When I was at Garfield County and then up at this position. Yeah, we definitely interfaced now and again.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes,
Lovely to
welcome.
see you.
Okay, so we are going to prep for the meeting that you won't be at.
We are, but Linda will be there. So I guess there's a little logistical overview for the meeting coming up on October 27th. That'll be facilitated by a combination of Brian Pettit, Sam Gorino from the town of Snowmass, and Pete Rice from the city of Aspen. And Linda will be observing for now, seeing how we do things at this point, and then probably improving on them, I would imagine. So we're in that transition phase right now. She'll be picking up full time after this budget meeting. So logistically for the meeting, aside from the facilitation, it will be, let me move on here a little bit. It'll be hosted by the city of Aspen. It'll be starting at our typical start time of 4 p.m. and it will be located within the city of Aspen council room. This will also be, as you're accustomed to, a hybrid meeting that's both virtual and in person. But I did want to see who is planning on attending
I was just
virtually
writing
and
that
in
note.
person.
Francie will be Zooming because she has a meeting shortly thereafter in Carbondale. Kelly may or may not be here. She may
No,
Zoom.
I'm gonna be zooming wherever Francie is because we're going to the same.
Okay.
It's a Crystal River Wild and Scenic event in Carbondale. It was not planned until about 2 weeks ago, so I'm really sorry about that. I don't like attending your meetings on Zoom because there's so many people at them. It's very difficult to be a part of it, but I
Okay.
appreciate your giving us the opportunity to do that.
And
So
I have,
you will not be attending?
I will
So-
attend
by Zoom. Lisa will be
remotely.
Zooming and Kelly will be Zooming.
Okay.
I have no idea what Steve will be doing. Are you gonna come or are you gonna Zoom?
I am planning on being there in person. I prefer to be there in person for
Okay.
a big meeting like that with lots of people. It's much easier to be there.
We don't know what Greg will be doing. I will be there.
Okay.
And John will have to reconfigure our agenda meeting for that day.
So in order for you to even open the meeting, if we need to have a full board.
Technically, we can still open the meeting. We just can't vote without quorums.
Well, you
Alright.
need 3 of the 5
Three.
We need
And-
3 of us there, so,
in order to have a quorum. And without a vote, we can't pass budget or work
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah, okay. So, and you start at 4, so.
start at 4.
I'll start at 4. If I can't be where you are, that's fine. I'll find somewhere.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
As long as we've got 3 of 5, we can keep moving.
I'll try my best.
Thank you. Next up, we've got the decisions reached from May 26th. I don't know if you guys have had the chance to read through those meeting minutes yet, but if you have, I'm able to take any comments or corrections you have now. As a reminder, we did have two administrative direction approvals from that meeting. We had one to initiate the public process and data gathering phase of the AABC and Brush Creek Park and Ride Trail connection. And then we also had administrative direction for staff to develop a plan and financial request for HOV lane compliance with CSP and the Pickens County Sheriff's Office. So you'll see the second one is part of your budget proposal, the HOV compliance piece. And then the AABC, the Brush Creek Park and Ride Trail Connection, they'll be reporting back out to you next March. So we're undergoing the public outreach and data gathering phases now. But I'm able to take any comments if you have read through those. Otherwise, we can take them at the October 27th meeting.
It says I wasn't there, but I actually did zoom in for most of that meeting from
Okay.
Meeker, as I recall. That was the last meeting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just that comment. I did read through them.
I'll make that correction.
Yeah, I don't think I voted at all, though.
Is there anything else?
We're good.
Okay. Looking at the action items coming up for October 27th, the first one is the 2023 EOTC budget, and just a few highlights on that. So this is the first full year that RAFTA has assumed the cost of the no-fare Aspen Snowmass Woody Creek service. So you do not see that in our expenses line anymore. So just as a reminder, that transfer was intended to offset the impacts of House Bill 19-1240. And it looks like the projections were actually pretty accurate in terms of what the impact would be from that, which is in line with the transfer of that cost. So when you do see, I'll go over it here in a few minutes, the diverging revenue source going to RAFTA versus what's coming to the EOTC, this is in effect now and is reflected on the expense side, not on the revenue side. The second bullet here is that future revenues do remain difficult to predict. I think that you're all familiar with this. So while 2022 was very strong, it is showing signs of weakening, and that the future still has a big question mark on it, particularly with the high inflation and construction costs, what that may bring over the next few years. But currently looking 2023 through 2027, it does appear that we'll be able to meet all ongoing operational costs, all currently obligated projects, and all new and increased project requests at this time. Looking at just a brief overview of what we're seeing in the EOTC budget world, the sales tax should be reflective of what you've heard from Connie in terms of the general sales tax revenue. This is just from the transit sales and use tax half cent. So 2019, as you may recall, was pretty strong. We did see a dip of 2% in 2020, but 2021 and 2022 have been very strong in terms of sales tax. We are projecting a decrease of 11% in 2023, but I think it's important to keep in mind that we're starting at a high level there from 21 and 22. So that dip, while notable, doesn't necessarily, I wouldn't call it a huge decrease in what we're able to do from the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund. And then stabilization, hopefully, coming in 2024. The use tax has been a little bit more interesting, if that's a fair way of putting it, with House Bill 19-1240. So we did have a strong increase in 2019, which isn't reflected on this chart, but we did see near 40% decrease in 2020, which is in line with projections. We did see a slight increase in 2021, which was not in line with projections. And then a 2022 projected decrease of a little over 40%. So looking 2020 through 2022, we're in line with projections. We just didn't expect that increase in 2021. And then down the road, it is looking to stabilize by 2024. This is what we're seeing taken out of the use tax is primarily that construction use tax as it migrates into the sales tax category. So what's keeping use tax alive at this point is the motor vehicle use tax, and that's what'll be the primary driver, and that is fairly stable, running about $350,000 to $400,000 a year. So that's what you see in 2024 and beyond. And then investment earnings, I think anyone familiar with interest rates knows that they've been all over the place. And this is just reflective of the change in amount of interest earnings that we're getting, not the change in our total balance here. As you can see, it crashed heavily in 2021 as interest rates came down, but we're looking at a pretty good increase in 2023 with interest rates now coming back up. So it does reflect a pretty small part of the overall EOTC budget, but it has been swinging pretty drastically the last few years. And then overall, overall EOTC, are looking at about a 21% decrease in 2020, primarily because of the dip in use tax. A little increase in 2021, and then a decrease again in 22, and hopefully won't be seeing double-digit changes here for the foreseeable future, because it's hard to plan for those. But generally, EOTC revenue is running in about the $2.5 to $2.8 million annual range. If you recall, prior to 2019, so 2018, 2019, we were over $3 million, so we have dipped down below that. And we're looking to stabilize around the $2.5 million range. And then finally, the unobligated fund balance. This is really relevant in the 2023 and beyond years. So right now we're looking at about a $5 million unobligated fund balance in 2023, moving up to about $7 million in 2024. And I'll talk about that here in a few minutes and how that could be impacted this next year. Looking at this graphically, this is the chart that I wanted to bring your attention to between the dichotomy of the dotted black line, which is the 81.04% of sales tax revenue that goes directly to RAFTA from the half-cent sales tax. And you see that increasing significantly here. So we're looking at breaching the $8 million out of that fund going directly to RAFTA. So that's almost double from what it was just 6 years ago at about the $4 million range. And a lot of that is from that House Bill 19-1240. And then the red line, that reflects the EOTC revenue. So you can see that that fluctuates somewhat, but we've been hovering around the $2.5 million, hopefully getting up to the $3 million range by 2024. And I'm just realizing my last date there might be wrong. I've got 2017. That should be 2027.
That did confuse me. I was like, oh, what's the end here? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
We're going backwards in time.
I love when you miss.
Did we like
see
what happened in
misprints at the presentation.
2017? So that's why we went back there?
What's that? Sorry.
So did we like what happened in 2017, so we wanted to repeat it again?
It was a good year. So the main takeaway
That
here.
will be David, that will be the year the DeLorean goes back to the future. 2017.
That's where we hit 88 miles an hour right there.
There's definitely going to be an EV, though.
I hit 88 miles an hour on 82 right now. There's too many cars on it.
That's right. True.
So you can see the green line there, that's use tax. So you can see that was our primary driver of revenue. That is dipped below sales tax at this point. And sales tax is looking to remain our primary revenue driver into the foreseeable future. And then the purple line is investment income. So that's provides us some income, but not a whole lot.
The red line?
So I have a question.
Red line is
Oh,
total.
investment, I see.
Yeah.
Do you, I know, we run the county overall budget through our FAB, Financial Advisory Board.
Yeah.
Do you talk to them, or do you just look at their conversations with our?
So we use the same county projections for
That's what I
EOTC.
thought.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going, this all sounds a little familiar.
Yeah, so this should all look very familiar to you. If it doesn't to you, there's a problem. But it will be different for the town and city, since they will have different projections.
Right, thanks.
I missed your explanation of the dotted line, David, I'm sorry.
So the dotted line, so of the total transit sales and use tax funds, 81% of the sales tax goes directly to RAFTA by
Oh.
ballot measure. And that's what you're seeing is going directly to RAFTA.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And to just, the staff will go into each of these in detail on the 27th, but I want to give you a heads up in terms of what you can see from budget renewals, funding forwards, project funding, and new requests. So in terms of renewals, we've got WeCycle, which I think you're familiar with, and X Games. The one thing to note here is that WeCycle is looking to go on a regular budget cycle because they have completed their first last mile mobility study. So we're recommending that instead of them requesting funding every year, that they be budgeted out into the EOTC horizon at the same amount that they have historically, just including a 3% annual inflationary increase. So you'll see it in for 2023 at 103,000 versus 100,000. And then X Games is in again. They've requested a 1-year renewal for their bus subsidy at the same amount of $115,000. And the main point here is in the funding forwards for the Brush Creek Park and Ride Flap Grant match. And I want to bring this to your attention because what's carried forward in your budget is the same amount that we had budgeted in last year, which is about $3.3 million. As you may recall, it was postponed because we had bids coming in that were completely untenable at the beginning of this construction year. That is currently out to bid now, and those bids close on October 20th. And the latest engineer's estimate that we have is about $1.5 million over what we have budgeted. So we haven't built that into the budget yet. We're waiting for the construction bids to close on the 20th. And then on the 27th, staff will bring to you a recommendation for closing that gap. So we have identified this as the main priority for the EOTC is getting this project completed. And we're hopeful that if it is in the $1.5 million range, we have enough in our unobligated funds to be able to cover that balance and keep it on budget, or keep it moving forward. So
Which project is that?
this is redevelopment of the Brush Creek Park and Ride. Yeah.
Can I go back real quick to X Games?
Yep.
What happened with the monies we subsidized for the year they didn't do buses? Did that
That
just
was-
stay in the budget? So,
Yep.
So
Exactly.
that money that we'd allocated then is still kind of hanging around there.
It's not obligated at any point now.
Okay.
It was reabsorbed into the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then moving down the list here, we've got permanent automated vehicle counters. So I think we've got a good plan moving forward to have that implemented in 2023. As you may recall, we didn't get any bid responses this year for the construction of that project, which is why it's a carry forward. So Pickens County Telecommunications is going to do the design for that this fall and get it out for equipment and installation this winter for installation this next spring is the plan. And then we've got 3 projects, all currently ongoing at various levels. So we've got the bicycle and pedestrian connection to the Brush Creek Park and Ride. So this is the AABC to Brush Creek Park and Ride trail connection. This is what's going to be coming back to you next March. So that's in for a $25,000 amount, which is the same as Pickens County Open Space and Trails and the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space. So we're an equal partner there moving forward at this point. And then the Trescott to Owl Creek Trail, this is in design now, along with the Buttermilk Crossing and transit signal bypass lanes. These are both in design. We've got SGM under contract. We actually have an open house this Thursday in this room for both of those projects. So those are beginning their public outreach phases.
So I was going to ask you about that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What's the alignment of the Truscott? Is that the one in front of the Inn at Aspen on the other side of the street, or what are we talking? I can't remember.
Is this the Buttermilk Crossing
The Truscott to Owl Creek.
Trail? That's going from the Truscott Underpass down to Owl Creek. So that's
On
spanning on the south side of Highway 82. So that's
Because right
connecting-
now you can ride the trail that there and cross underneath and end up right at the Owl Creek Trail.
You can end up there, but there's no, on the south side, there's no trail connection between Aspen Country Inn and the bus
Right, yeah,
stops.
that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
we're looking at that side of the street, even though.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you're on the other side of the street, the Burlingame side of the street, north and south, east and west at that point. Yeah, so, okay. That's the trail that I've been talking about for a while.
It's already a
Exactly.
trail and it's just formalizing.
Yeah,
the
I've seen people,
footpath.
I'm like, there's a lot
Right.
of people walking it now, and I'm
Yeah.
like, well, they're gonna be really excited when they can actually walk on something. Okay. Thank you.
My question was about the meeting. Is that something you want a commissioner at, or is that just a public information?
It's just a public information meeting. We'll have typical open house fashion, so we'll have the boards, we'll have the design team there. I'll be there, Linda will be there to answer questions, take comments. So it's the initial, hey, we're looking at these 2 projects. What are your concerns? Are you excited about them? Do you,
That'll come back to us.
Okay, so
Alignment,
you don't
yeah.
need us there.
And when is it?
That's this Thursday.
Well, we're
Yeah.
busy anyway.
From 4 to 6:30.
Always.
4 to 7, I believe.
I'll try to pop in.
Okay.
Aren't you going to,
Not until 7:30.
oh, you're
What's
having
what's
school
later?
teacher for dinner?
But I have to come pick up my kid anyway,
Yeah.
so I'll be here.
What else is that day? Besides
Agenda meeting
agenda?
in Basalt?
Yeah, and then nothing else?
No, but agenda meeting in Basalt?
I got that one.
Go ahead, Dave, sorry.
All right, and then we've got two new requests for funding. The first one is a dynamic road pricing analysis. So this is intended to build off the retreat this last April. And what we heard was that we want to continue examining dynamic road pricing and want to really start getting into what could a concept look like.
Is that like toll road?
So it's looking at either congestion pricing all lanes or one managed lane are the kind of the two options that are out there now. Not saying that we're limited to that, but those are the two under review right now. And we're talking to Fair and Peers about developing a scope of work to bring that back to you next year and to keep that conversation moving.
Did you see the article in the New York Times today about congestion pricing in New York?
Not today. I'm aware that it's been discussed there for a long time. Yep.
What's going on? Have they killed it yet?
There's a lot of chaos about it, yeah.
Yeah. New Jersey's having a
It's in today's
big
paper,
trouble
so
with it.
it's super easy to find, but yeah.
So you'll see that in the budget. There's also an explanation of that in your packet. And then finally, we have the HOV lane enforcement. So this stems off the direction we received from the May meeting, looking at working with CSP and Pickens County SO to develop that enforcement. So that has been progressed. We've got a budget number in there for you to consider. And we've also worked with Pickens County Communications to outline a communications plan for that. But we're looking at rolling that out after ski season next year is the current plan. And finally, don't normally put this in at this point, but I did want to note, so that I understand this is very hard to read. This is the budget spreadsheet. What I wanted to highlight here was really the highlighted cells. Mostly that there has been some cleanup. So since your packet came out, the Pickens County Finance Department did some final auditing of the 2021 numbers, and there were some changes to the final 2021 costs. And at the end of the day, they were all pretty small amounts. It actually reflects positively in the EOTC budget, so it increases our available funding by about $25,700. So wanted to bring your attention to that the budget that'll be coming before you on October 27th will have a few adjustments, but I don't think that it's anything that shifts the nature of the budget for you, and in fact, it works in our favor.
So on the integrated mobility study of the dynamic road pricing, the budget for 2022 was $565.
So what happened there?
I'm like, okay.
No, this is how much was expended in that given year. So what happened is we had some grant funding that we thought was going to come in 2021. It came in and was actually booked in 2022. So it shifted those numbers around. The same thing happened with the Upper Valley Transit Enhancement Study because we had CDOT grants on both of those. And then I had, on the FLAP grant, I had missed incorporating the building permit fees. So that is built in there now. So it's small things like that. A few $100s there, a few $100
It's
there.
unusual to see a $500 budget item in any direction on a budget. I kind of like that one.
We'll do
Thanks,
that
Dave.
more often for you.
I know.
So that's all I wanted to cover with the budget at this point. I do have a couple slides on the work plan. I think we can get through those in just a couple of minutes,
no
but wanted to
problem.
see if you had any questions on the budget before we move
No,
on.
you're good.
I'm fine with the budget. I might go back to it after the work plan.
Okay.
Because they inform each other, so.
Got it, okay. We'll move through the work plan pretty quick here. So as you know, there's a lot of overlap between the budget and the work plan. This is all of the projects that are currently contemplated for 2023 through the EOTC, including budget and non-budget. What I've done here is bolded the two projects that are work plan only and do not have a budget associated with them. So that includes the development of the partnership with Holy Cross Energy for EV chargers out of the Brush Creek Park and Ride. We are starting to pick up steam on that again. It had fallen flat there for a while with staff turnover at CDOT, and I think we're finally starting to make progress, which is good. And then the food truck, that finished up here this last September. September 30th was their last day. By the location and extent, they had to close up then. And we'll evaluate the numbers that came in terms of how people were getting there and leaving. I went out there and observed it a number of different times and discussed that on the staff side in terms of whether we want to apply for this to be an annual thing. just know that we can't do it next year, even if we have the permit in place, because well,
Construction.
ideally, it'll be under construction.
Well, I heard very favorable comments,
Yeah.
actually, that they wanted it open longer.
That was some of the feedback I got from the vendor as well.
Yeah, for breakfast,
They
lunch,
wanted
and
to
dinner.
extend into October.
Well, I mean longer during the day.
Longer
It
during the
was
day.
pretty good.
People wanted to be able to go by for dinner too, besides breakfast and lunch.
Their lunch crowd was busy. It was
Where
very
did
busy.
it come from?
They have 2 locations open, I think year-round in Glenwood, one at the Walgreens and one down by the Puppa Golf Course in West Glenwood. And so they bought the trailer that was up here, they bought special for this.
And they had lunch business at Brush Creek? I mean,
They had a lot of lunch business.
And they have a
Lunch-
lot of people getting breakfast and lunch on their way to town.
but that's what I'm wondering. For the people up here, where were they coming from to go to Brush Creek to get lunch?
There was a lot of, my observation is a lot of contractors. So there was a lot of contract workers going out there. One person would show up in one truck and walk out of there with bags of stuff.
How cool.
So
very cool.
it was
It
very
worked out
busy.
really well.
And for the Brush Creek Park and Ride, noontime is usually a pretty slow time for the park and ride. So it actually helped activate the space, keeping people moving through there, more eyes on the facility, which was good.
Well, that's
It makes the
great.
park and ride smell really good.
Well, I'm grateful that you guys moved quickly on that with our blessing.
It was hit or miss there for a
Yeah.
while.
And that Greg was able to feed his family by driving down to the park and ride.
And then finally, I wanted to
Bigger
make sure.
ambitions for like food truck Fridays and things like that, but that's not related to moving transit.
It could turn into a problem if it gets really busy.
I did want to bring this to your attention as well as you're reviewing the packet. So we do have 4 meetings planned for next year, one in end of March, end of June, end of August, and end of October. I have run all of these dates by the clerk and appropriate staff at each of the jurisdictions. I haven't found any major conflicts with any of these dates yet, but please take a look at your calendars before the October 27th meeting so that we can adjust if it doesn't look like we would have a quorum for any of them. Bless you.
If
do
only
know
I
that
knew what I
March
was doing
will
March
be-
30th, June 29th.
Well, I do, it's spring break, so I don't know if I'll be
I don't,
around.
Well, it was always a problem last year, but I don't have that problem anymore, so the Wolf meetings are done.
And then on
Okay. Those are usually EOTC Northwest COG meetings, but they end at 3.
Got it, okay.
Make sure they don't interfere with concert days, or we have to have that meeting in Snowmass.
I have shifted that around, so the June meeting is in Snowmass in case the concerts do overlap with that at all. And then I put March and August at Picken County, and then it seems to be tradition that we do budget at the city of Aspen.
Okay. So,
I just
We're
have
good.
some comments, I
yeah,
guess.
go ahead.
I guess I'm struggling with and this isn't on you, this is collective EOTC, the absence of conversation related to the Castle Creek Bridge and the record of decision. Because I just feel like it needs to be like a constant presence in our work and trying to figure out this transportation and bridge and evacuation conundrum of which we live right now. So, I don't know if EOTC is the proper place to advocate for space for that conversation, or if this is more appropriate as like a city of Aspen and Picken County joint conversation outside of EOTC. But we're just not facing head-on the biggest transportation issue in our community. So I'll sort of look to board members and John for
We've
I'm
already
sure you're so
decided to
sad that
book.
you're leaving before this comes up.
We've
And
already
welcome.
I think we decided to look at some time, first of the year, maybe to bring it to the BOCC. But I think Snowmass is interested, and I know Aspen is interested, obviously. So I think that's something we should bring up at this EOTC meeting coming up and see if anybody's interested in maybe booking time or a special meeting in 2023.
Would it be beneficial maybe to have some of the record of decision presentation that the city is putting together for this board?
Yes.
Have that conversation, because not not everyone has had the experience, Patty, that you have, and maybe start to develop some direction or positions going into the EOTC. It's going to have to be an EOTC discussion at some
some
level, I think.
So can I ask you a quick question? Pick your brain.
Sure.
I want some clarity on what happens if the straight shot is built. What happens with the Castle Creek Bridge?
So if the preferred alternative is developed, the Castle
The
Creek
way
Bridge.
it's written now.
The way it's written now, the Castle Creek Bridge remains in place, is transferred to the city, and would remain in place as an emergency access out to State Highway 82. But generally, that gap between the roundabout and the turn to Cemetery Lane would be converted to open space.
So
it would
people
convert-
coming off Cemetery Lane or going to Cemetery Lane would have to use the Castle Creek Bridge
They would still have to
to
use the
get
Castle
to
Creek
82
Bridge.
or
Yeah.
to get to the west end of
So
town. or-
there'd
Well,
be a road there?
Not to Highway 82, so you would cross
But
the
for
bridge and you'd
emergency
make the
access, there
right.
would be a way that you could still access. It'd be like a paver, a green paver, a road, something that was
Exactly.
partially green space, partially able to be used by vehicles.
So there would sort of be a road there.
Yeah,
It-
but
it
not-
Be a
would-
highway.
It would be grass space, but it would be developed in such a way that
Could be used for emergency
you
evac.
could drive on it if you had to.
as long as it was plowed in the winter.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the preferred alternative?
Well, that's just for Castle Creek Bridge.
That's
And
for-
so,
I
but
get
that would
that.
essentially all be under the auspices of the
So
city
the
of Aspen.
bridge would be then transferred to the city of Aspen, which would mean the city of Aspen would be responsible for the maintenance, upkeep, and possible replacement of that bridge at the city of Aspen's taxpayer expense.
That's my understanding, yeah.
Thank you. It's my understanding too. Just want to make sure I wasn't losing it over 27 votes. Thank
But it's
you.
important to remember that it would be maintaining, it would be supporting a lot fewer vehicles. It wouldn't have all the bus traffic that it has now, so it could be replaced to a much lesser standard than what we'd be looking at if
But
it
it
were
would still
part of the
become
state
the
highway.
responsibility of the city of Aspen. Thank you.
Steve has his hand up.
So Patty,
Yes, Steve?
my preference would be to do the split S curves kind of a concept where the outbound would still use the existing Castle Creek Bridge and it would still be state highway. And there would only be a 2-lane bridge put over, straight off of Main Street. So both bridges would still be the state's responsibility under my preferred action. My preferred action would require a change in the record of decision.
You're right.
Maybe the other talk, I mean, that was for, I think, a train to go on that alignment across the Merled open space. So it's going to require a change in the record of decision.
And another vote.
Any way you
probably.
look at it, I think.
So I guess I would say, I think that the county needs to have like a formal engagement with the city on this. Like, to me, inviting commissioners to attend the public meetings about this, I don't think is gonna achieve, the learning and conversation that we are ultimately gonna need to have on this topic. So, again, whether that goes through the EOTC probably depends on how much Snow West Village wants to get involved, or if, this is a starting point for the city and the county to engage and then bring it to an EOTC decision at some later point. But I'm not sure if that is effective either, if Snowmass is gonna
Yeah,
have to
so I
weigh in.
think at this meeting on the
Um,
27th, we should bring that up as open discussion or member comments or something to see what the interest is and start planning it for the first part of
Oh,
January.
and I just want to recognize, I know we build our work plan around a single staff position capacities, so I also think we need to maybe figure out what additional capacity, like, I'm just not even sure where the city is at in their rollout of this conversation, if this needs to be done in 2020, if we would need extra capacity from the county in 2023, or 2020, plan for it for 2024 or something like that, but I think that is really prudent.
So I
our
think
con- I'm
another
sorry.
place to start, in addition to talking about it on October 27th, is to schedule a presentation to our board of the record of decision and with some input from Aspen where they're at right now, and just sort of
But that may
bring it
be
all up.
worth having Snowmass if they are interested in having it all done at one time. That's what we'll
Right.
have to see.
I guess
first.
I'm just wondering, maybe EOTC is the venue, but there's other staff capacity that handles that rather than the
Just-
transportation
The city's putting it
administrator,
all together.
you
They're,
know.
they're creating a presentation. I think the city's already planning to do a presentation to us, and we need to bring Snowmass in, because I know Snowmass
You
is
think they are?
expressed- Yeah, I do think they are. I know that I doubt that they think they can do this alone.
Our conversations with city staff is they're working very hard on this, and they have a consultant on board to start the outreach component to it.
They're the
And
planner.
they're working on the back end to keep that going. I think it's important to remember that on the EOTC side, we're bound, at least financially, we're really transit focused. We're fixed route public transit focused. And to the extent that the entrance to Aspen fits into that purview, we can tackle it as part of the OTC. I think where the OTC's real strength is that we are already set up to function with the 3 elected boards. And so using it as that venue, I think is really the big strength. But incorporating it into, so say, an entrance to Aspen decision with the EOTC, that might get a little strange, because it's primarily a road project, not a transit project, although there is a heavy transit component to it. So I think that's just something that needs to be worked through. And I think the City of Aspen, I know the staff side, I don't know about the elected official side. They will probably have some good feedback for you in terms of what the next steps are and where they are in the process. But right now, we're not looking at 2023 in terms of a big rollout for that. They're anticipating still working on their education component within the city. And I think that on the staff side, we're all in agreement that the city really needs to determine where they stand on it before it becomes a larger regional issue because of the votes that need to occur within the city.
Okay, so just be prepared. Well, be prepared.
That's kind of where we are right now. Not to say that is going to remain the way it is even for the next couple months, but that's where we are right now.
Okay. All right, next.
That's everything I have for you in terms of October 27th.
Are you both good with that?
Yeah.
I do have him on speed dial. Is he gonna zoom into the meeting from the the rim of the Grand Canyon?
Yes, he is. He's going to be texting me help.
She actually has the same phone number that I had, so if you call me, you'll get Linda.
All right.
But we know how to find you, remember, we are the government.
It's true. Everything's public.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're good. Board have any other questions? Steve, are you good?
I'm good, and I'm sorry I won't be able to come to the farewell lunch for you, David, on Thursday. Because I have to be at the driver's license bureau in Glenwood right then for renewing my license.
I thought it was a surprise, I guess it's not anymore.
Is it a surprise?
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
but it's also it's also a welcome to Linda.
No, it's not. It's his
I
party.
am sorry, also, I have RAFTA meeting until 11:30.
I will be there.
In Carbondale.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the RAFTA meeting too.
Well, and I am too, so we can all haul A down here together to
Yeah.
get here for his party.
We'll
You're
get you as
welcome,
a
Marty.
police escort while we're enforcing the HOV lane. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Dave, I
you.
really appreciate all you've done. I'm gonna say this while we're on the public record in public TV. You've been amazing. You've been able to keep 15 elected officials relatively focused on things, if not more than focused in some cases. You are very clear, you're very thorough. You do amazing presentations, and the prep thing is pretty new. It came with Dave, and I think it's been very helpful in the efficiency and effectiveness of our EOTC meetings, which I really appreciate.
Thank you.
So, and you need to see Peter McBride's, what's it called? What's the name of the thing he does? Saving water,
It's,
saving, this tour of the Grand Canyon.
Wait, I'm looking at it. It's called Overbooked, Overloaded,
something, but
Sold, overloaded.
you
maybe.
should see his presentation of the Grand Canyon. It is amazing.
Okay.
And the people he met along the way, I really recommend it. It was great. So enjoy. I'll see
Thank
you
you.
on Thursday.
The
Sounds
article
good.
in the New York Times is mostly about how congestion pricing is going to affect the cabs.
Oh, right.
Luckily, we don't have taxi medallions
Yeah.
to deal with.
But I'm sure some will come up. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, cheers.
So, John, we are done
Thanks.
with open discussion. What do you have for future agenda?
Yeah, we already talked about the one future agenda item was just that Colorado Water Conservation Board is going to be here on November 9th. That's all I had for future agendas.
I don't have anything specific that I usually address them at our agenda meetings, but does the board have anything they want to bring forward for future agendas? Steve, please.
Yeah, I think, given I think we should have a work session or some time to strategize about the real estate transfer tax, how we're gonna approach, going forward from here.
Okay.
Since we got 2/3 of the county commissioners to support
I know,
us on
Steve,
it.
did you get my message to you that you are my new hero?
Did.
Yeah.
I did.
When Kelly sent
I
me
should
that,
get a
I
s-
was like yipping.
I should get a Superman shirt or something. or something.
Well, I would think with two-thirds support, it should be a tier 1 issue.
No. It was tough to even get Steve. There was a lot of parliamentary procedure that some served to tank it all together.
Oh, really?
And Steve very graciously and diplomatically in his way kept it on everyone's.
I'm really
Horizon.
excited, Steve. Yeah, we will do with some planning, and I have been making contacts and brought out my 3-ring binder full of RET information, Constitution, et cetera, and a list of contacts that I've already made and need to still make down in Denver to see where we need to go from here.
Yeah, I mean, I would support some work session time in the next couple weeks if there is any availability. I do think it could be worthwhile to bring some folks together at the CCI Winter Conference to have a bigger conversation
Are you going?
with the other counties who want to work on it as well. I'm happy to organize that.
Is it in Denver?
It's,
It's
where is
only
it? Jefferson County, I think, this year?
Yeah, it's
Jefferson
different. It's
County,
not in Colorado
yeah.
Springs. It's, yeah.
No, it's not.
Closer.
They're tearing down the Hotel Elegante, I heard.
I
been
heard
down
it was
there.
supposed to have been torn down years ago, from what Dorothea Ferris used to say. But yeah, let's talk about that. John, did you put that on our list over there? Thank you. Okay. Any
Thank
other-
you again, Steve.
Do you have the dates of that conference in your head?
I thought it was that week, the 11th is like what jumped out.
Of November?
December, I think.
December.
Oh, December,
so
okay.
That's what I thought, like 12th, 13th, 14th.
Yeah, because our first reading on the budget is the 7th.
We can look it up really
So
quick.
that means the second reading will be the 14th?
So we need to have a full board, we need to have at least 3 of us here for the regular meeting.
And do we take a break Christmas week or something like that?
We don't necessarily take a break, we just try not to schedule meetings. Especially the second week of before New Year's, we don't have things on that, it's just like the 5th week of the month, so that's
Yeah,
usually a
the
freebie.
12th to the 14th.
So,
Okay, because the 21st.
so that would be a Wednesday, the 14th, right? Is that a regular meeting day? So we need to think of if 3 you're gonna be there, we won't have a
We don't
quorum.
usually we meet on the 7th. We do the 1st and 3rd.
Yeah, but we do the 7th, but our second meeting for our second reading of the budget.
Right,
Is December 13th.
is a Tuesday. Maybe we could do the 15th.
Second reading on that, we have a special meeting on the 13th?
Yeah, because we have to do the adoption of the budget and the mill levy
By the 16th.
certification by the 15th.
By the 15th. We won't have a full board if 3 people are at the CCI conference.
Well, I could Zoom in from Jefferson County. I did that.
We'll have to figure
some
that out
other year
ahead of time.
From CCI.
12th through the 14th, did you say, Kelly?
Yes. I'll be here, John.
12th to the 14th is what they say, so
Okay, we'll figure that out.
So do you think on December 21st we'll have a regular meeting? No, that's not the
No.
4th. Okay,
We move it up in December because of the holiday.
yeah, okay, so I'm gonna be gone on the 21st
Okay.
of December.
All right, any other future agendas? Seeing none. John, are you done with us?
Thank you very much for that first meeting, first of many on budget.
Again,
and,
your budget
appreciate
message
it.
was really well done, John.
Thank you. Thank you. I gotta give a lot of credit to Connie and Liz and Ann
Do you
for
want to see all my notes or just for fun?
maybe a good heads up.
All right, Grassroots, thank you. Michaela, thank you. And we will be here tomorrow at noontime for our regular board meeting. Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.